Hello everybody. Please feel very welcome on the Artificial Intelligence Summit Brainport 2023. We hope that you will have a wonderful day and it will increase your human intelligence even further a bit. Enjoy yourselves. Ciao a tutti, siete tutti molto benvenuti al Summit sull'intelligenza artificiale di Brainport 2023. Speriamo che tu abbia una giornata meravigliosa e che aumenti ancora di più la tua intelligenza umana. Divertitevi. Hello, everybody. Please feel very welcome on the Artificial Intelligence Summit Brainport 2023. We hope that you will have a wonderful day and it will increase your human intelligence even further a bit. Enjoy yourselves. Ciao a tutti, siete tutti molto benvenuti al Summit sull'intelligenza artificiale di Brainport 2023. नमस्ते सभी कृपया आर्टिफिशियल
was special, we will be together. Now I'm lost. I swear I will be better than I was. I thought that I was special, we will be together. I'm lost. I swear I will be better than I was. I thought that I was special, we will be together. I feel just like a foolish, I have no one to lose.
I'm done playing. Pouring the rain, yeah. There's blood in my veins. All over my face. I'm done playing. Pouring the rain, yeah. There's blood in my veins. All over my face. smile change. The way you touch my skin, the way you look at me, you know it's.
Good morning, everybody. Hello. We're not going to wait a Brabants kwartiertje all the way, but a few minutes late can be, we'll catch up this one. But welcome, everybody, to the Brainport AI Summit. Yesterday, the ANWB advised everybody to work from home. That's the Dutch Automobile Club, because Storm Ciara was coming. It is possible to follow all this from home, so I also would like to welcome everybody at home. At this moment, there are a couple of hundred people already watching. But luckily, you all braved the enormous hell outside and all came here. That means we are with the toughest of the toughest here in Eindhoven, so welcome. Thank you for that. My name is Carlo van der Weijer. I am actually the chair of the Brainport AI Hub. And the Brainport AI Hub is actually the Brabants ecosystem of the Brainport ecosystem, representing the Dutch AI Coalition. And one of its results is actually that we organized together this summit. So thank you all for showing up, because otherwise it would not be such a successful summit when we would be on our own here. Yeah, AI, today it's all about a human-centered AI. And human-centered AI, this is this difficult relation between humans and this technology that gets smarter and smarter and smarter, and at a certain moment probably will outsmart ourselves. And like all the technology probably will improve our lives, but it always has a sharp angle and a little bit of negative extra effect. So we should regulate this. And this is one of the reasons that we are going to start off with a panel on what the EU is doing in order to regulate this. There's an EU Act on AI coming, and that's going to influence probably all your lives in a different manner. So yeah, but it's going to be important. So we start with that one. But it's always also the discussion from how we're going to work together, and yes, is it going to make our lives better? And what you always hear, it's also, is it going to take away our jobs? And or going to strengthen our jobs or change our jobs? Now, I just to summarize that, I don't think so. In general, the AI probably will not replace humans, but I do think that humans that are capable of working well with AI will replace humans that are not able to work with AI. So it's a combination that we have to look for, because it can make our work and our life so much more productive and better. And that's what we're going to do. Now, my job today was actually quite simple. It's just to welcome you all. I think I did that already. But I also thought of a way of how could this AI also improve this welcoming message. And I don't know if you have heard about this new HiGen tool that recently came out. And it can translate me in any language, and it also morphs my lips so that I can talk in any language to you. And I was playing a little bit with this tool. So I thought maybe just have a try and have this tool do the welcoming to you, because I, in all modesty, master a few languages, but not all languages. So what I did is just I recorded a small message to welcome you again in English, and then have this tool translated. So first, I'm going to show you how this sounds in English, short message, so that you even feel more welcome that you already did. So this is the English version.
Hello, everybody. Please feel very welcome on the Artificial Intelligence Summit, Brainport 2023. We hope that you will have a wonderful day, and it will increase your human intelligence even further a bit. Enjoy yourselves.
So, you go. I see you feeling welcome even more. We looked on the list on all the language that you probably master, because there's based on the name, so that's an estimation. We didn't ask where you're from, but based on estimation, we estimate that there must be 20, 30 different nationalities. Now, as I said, I do master a few languages, but not Italian. I would like to talk Italian, so this is finally my way to talk Italian. So here is, where are the Italians today? There are a few, oh, there's a few. Now, if there's only one, then especially for you, but here's me, Carlo, mi chiamo Carlo, in Italian.
Ciao a tutti, siete tutti molto benvenuti al Summit sull'intelligenza artificiale di Brainport 2023. Speriamo che tu abbia una giornata meravigliosa e che aumenti ancora di più la tua intelligenza umana. Divertitevi.
Nah, how was that? Hey. Especially the 2023 and so fast, that was cool. Now, when you start playing around, it's kind of addictive. So I can talk Chinese now, and I can talk Polish, and I can also switch in the midst of a movie. let's see how that looks like.
大家好，请在2023年人工智能峰会 Brainport 上感到非常欢迎。Mamy nadzieję, że będziesz miał wspaniały dzień i jeszcze bardziej zwiększy to twoją ludzką inteligencję. Bawcie się dobrze.
Impressed. Any Polish and Chinese people here that were impressed? Were there any mistakes? No? Oh, perfect. Even, oh, here we go. Thank you very much. The thing, I stumbled upon another thing, is that even this AI does accents. So, like how Indians and Hindi-speaking people, you know how they talk English, and even then artificial intelligence becomes something different. So this is Hindi. Watch out.
नमस्ते सभी, कृपया आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस सम्मेलन ब्रेनपोर्ट 2023 पर बहुत स्वागत करें। हमें आशा है कि आपका दिन शानदार होगा और यह आपकी मानव बुद्धि को और भी अधिक विकसित करेगा। इसे आनंद लें।
Here we go. So now, finally, and I'm going to stop this. There was one thing that I wondered, because for those who know me in real life, I tend to speak quite Brabants. And you probably even hear that when I talk English, that I'm a real Brabo. So I wondered that if you would translate this from English to Dutch, would I still be a Brabo? And so this could cost me, save me an enormous money on kind of linguistic courses to finally get rid of my accent. And here is the result.
Hallo iedereen. Voel u zeer welkom op de Artificial Intelligence Summit Brainport 2023. We hopen dat je een geweldige dag zult hebben en dat het je intelligentie zal vergroten. Geniet van jullie zelf.
Yeah. I'm wondering who you're applauding now, because this is just technology. And you can already guess that this helps in doing all kind of keynotes to all your people that you know, etc. And this is probably just yet a thing to maybe also make myself more productive in communicating, etc. But yeah, the last one I do not know. There's two things about that. I probably stick to the Brabants accent because yeah, it's the better version of me. So my hope that I will ever lose is not there anymore. The other thing is the ending. It's translated "enjoy yourselves" with "geniet van jezelf," and that has a little bit a strange angle in Dutch. Certainly these days, this could even have made a lawsuit for creating an unsafe working condition or something like that. So there's a thing. We should always check this artificial intelligence. It's very intelligent, but it needs auditing. It needs checking. It needs a little bit of control. And let's discuss this, how we're going to have this difficult relation with a lot of potential, but also some danger. And that's what we're going to do further today. Coming back to this Brabants accent, maybe talking about that one, we're the AI, we organized this together with all the partners, but there are the main organizing parties you see here, that's the 3-1, and you might know that I'm also in daily life the general manager of the Eindhoven AI Systems Institute. I'm representing now the AI Hub, but there's a third organizing partner, and also to officially welcome you, I would like to invite Martijn van Gruithuizen. He's the Vice Chancellor of the province of Brabant. Martijn. So I know your very important task is a lot about communicating. You saw this happening. Do you see that we still need vice chancellors in the future, or AI will replace your job? What about this?
Well, about the public performances, perhaps it's much more easy. But I think in the political arena, where, of course, together with the politicians, that's the place where we make some important decisions. And of course, you said it's a human approach in Europe and here in Brabant. So I think it's very good that we still have humans as vice governors or as politicians in the Netherlands.
Especially if these humans are from Brabant, of course. That's a good thing. But can you also think that in your field, this will enhance the jobs or improve the jobs or make your life easier? How do you see this working, this AI, for the people around you?
Well, really, we as a province of North Brabant really want to develop ourselves towards a data-driven government. On mobility, on nature development, on every part of our policy building, we try to really develop ourselves as data-driven organization. And that's where AI comes in, of course, as one of the key technologies that can enhance make our decision making much easier and better. But of course, the way that we weigh the certain algorithms, that is of course, I think at the end, the political decision. Do we weigh perhaps on mobility, privacy, or safety much more or less?
So strengthen decision maker, but your decision is still yours. That's actually
especially in the public space, it needs to be transparent, and that's another key factor in public space in the Netherlands.
So now this is also a hook to what we are going to start with the panel in a few minutes from now. The thing is that this is the EU AI Act, and of course this is something that you have to do internationally. What's the role of a province a few layers down? Is this not too big for a province to get involved with? How you are relating to this AI Act, for instance?
Oh, it's especially not too far away. Brussels is even, I think, much more closer than Amsterdam in this matter, and it's much more important in this matter. But the decision made in Brussels is, well, it lands, it's operational in the regions. And well, the province, of course, on their regular day is active in Brussels, and myself I'm active in the Committee of the Regions, and is a formal advisory body of the European Parliament and the Commission. So I'm a former shadow rapporteur of the EU Chips Act. Okay. So we really can do something and advise the committee, the Commission, and the European Parliament of how EU legislation really what it needs from the bottom-up perspective. Yeah.
That's cool. And we're in a region where a lot of things on this high tech happen, so we can have a little bit of a voice there. Huh?
Yeah, we have a voice there, and of course we have one Europe. So, for instance, that Chips Act, I really, my colleague from Saxon-Anhalt, I really worked very well with him. You know, there will be some foundries over there. So we had the innovative side, and he had a big production side of the advice that we gave the committee on that. So it's a really close cooperation, and of course cooperation, as you know, we really as Brabanders really know how to cooperate together.
That also signals here that we are very sold out, so there are a lot of people at home, etc. So we're glad with the showing up. Is there any advice that you would have to, because apparently it's living AI, it's getting more and more important. Any last advice or tips, or with all the luck to all these people?
Well, although the development of AI really intensifies, but like I said to the Minister of Digitalization, Van Huffelen, well, it's a really young science. So there will be in the future that we make mistakes and don't over-regulate it. So keep open for innovative ideas, the perspective, the really output and input, but don't over-regulate everything about digitalization, datafication, or AI. Because, well, it's about 5 years that, well, these people really work with AI, and it needs at least another 15 years that we really know the checks and balances about what it means in society.
I think that's a nice conclusion, also something that we can take to the panel. Don't over-regulate, but leave some space there to make mistakes, which is something that really fits the Catholics in the South here, because we had the confession, of course. We're allowed to make mistakes, and 3 weesje groetjes and an aflaat, and it's all good. Yeah. Say sorry afterward. Okay. Thank you very much, Martijn van Gruithuizen. Okay. And with that, I'm going to quickly go to this panel, because that's an important thing for all of you. And also to take you to the rest of the day, we invited somebody that does that much better than, who both knows something about chairing and moderating, but also has a knowledge of AI, where to find them. We found her, and it's Jolanda Termaten, and welcome her on stage. Jolanda. Okay. So welcome. I leave it to you. So here's the audience. Ze zijn heel braaf.
Thank you very much, Carlo. I think AI will have a difficult time replacing you anytime soon. So, well, thank you. Welcome, everybody. I'm Jolanda Termaten, and I will take you through today. And we will start with a panel discussion. And as Carlo announced already, this panel discussion will be on the EU AI Act. And it will be led by, well, it will start with an introduction, with a presentation, and then we will have the discussion here. So right now, I would like to invite to the stage 4 very interesting panelists. Jelle Donders, Koen Holtman, Wouter van der Loop, and Susan Homerson. And Susan is the policy officer at the TU Eindhoven, and she will start with the presentation now. And after that, we will kick off the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction, and good morning to all of you. Now, before I start with giving you an overview of the AI Act, I would like to know from you in the audience, who thinks the AI Act will have an impact on your work or your life? Oh, that's many, many hands. That's very, very good, because this was indeed my start-off message. The AI Act will have an impact on you, whether you're a researcher, whether you work in industry, whether you work for a government. If you have something to do with AI, you will become, at some point, very familiar with the AI Act. So let's get started. What is the AI Act? It is indeed a European regulation. And this European regulation is really there to create a single internal market. So this means that if you adhere to the Artificial Intelligence Act in the Netherlands, you also adhere to it in France or in Austria or any other EU country. Now, the most important thing is that it tackles the risks, risk for safety and human rights for the users of artificial intelligence. And this is when the AI system is being placed on the market or put into use. So this means that research is exempted from the regulation. This does not mean that for you researchers in the room you can lay back, because there is a catch, and I will come to that later. Now, the AI Act is not in place yet. Currently, our European legislators are negotiating the final draft. Hopefully, they will finish in the next weeks/months, and then the AI Act hopefully will become effective the earliest in the beginning of 2026. I do also have to say that if they fail to reach a final agreement in the next upcoming months, then this will be even further delayed because of the European elections coming up next June. So exciting times. The first thing that I want to tell you about the AI Act is that we need to define artificial intelligence. And defining artificial intelligence immediately have to disappoint you, because there is a lot of discussion on what artificial intelligence exactly is. This is a screenshot of the trilogue document, and it perfectly illustrates how European legislation works. On the very left, you see a proposal of the European Commission, and then you have the European Parliament and the European Council. Those are the member states within the European Union, having their own version, saying like, I like this part of the text, I don't like that, and we want to add that. Yeah, and maybe in the fourth floor you can come up with your own definition. But the basic idea is that the three of them have to work towards some sort of consensus. Now, what I want you to take away from this slide is that words really matter. A couple of words, extra or less, can bring, for example, simple software into the scope of the AI regulation or out of the scope of the AI regulation. So this is something that we will follow up in the next upcoming months. Now, the second thing that I want to share with you is that the AI Act is not a standalone regulation. It is part of a European strategy to enhance artificial intelligence. And therefore, and I don't mean to scare you, there are more regulations. This is a slide made by Kai Zenner. He works in the European Parliament. The dark blue legislations are already in place. The lighter blues are currently being developed, and the very, very light blues are in progress now at the moment, or are planned to be developed. Now, this does not mean that you have to know all of these regulations, but depending on your AI technology, at least some or parts of these regulations will be applicable to your product. So let's dive a little bit into the AI Act. The AI Act itself follows a risk-based approach, and this means that artificial intelligence is divided into several risk categories, starting at the top with unacceptable risks. These are prohibited technologies like social scoring. Social scoring is, for example, when you give me points for my social behavior or you give me minus points. That's also possible. The next category, high risk requirements, we'll go into detail later. So we'll go to the limited risks. These are your chatbots or your deepfakes. So you know these. These would need to fulfill at least transparency requirements, meaning that I have to know that I'm interacting with an AI tool and not with a real person. And then on the bottom, you have minimal risk. These are your simple softwares like spam filters, and for them, only voluntary standards apply. However, the majority of the AI Act is really all about the high-risk categories, because that is where the most of the tension lies. So what are high-risk categories? Basically, you can divide them into two categories. One category is a high-risk system as part of a safety component of a product that already needs conformity assessment. So you can think of medical devices, you can think of digital toys, robots, 3D printers, cars. These products are already highly regulated by the EU, and any AI system in these fields automatically makes it a high-risk system. The other category of AI systems is area-dependent. Any AI system in either a critical infrastructure, education, employment, having access to private or social benefits or finances, for example, law enforcement or the judicial system, migration, these are the areas, if you have an algorithm, it is automatically high risk. So then, what does it mean to have a high-risk AI application? For developers, they would need to adhere to a number of requirements. The first thing that you have to do is determine the intended use of your AI system. And based on this intended use, you set up a relevant risk management / quality management system. And then you would have to follow the requirements on the right in a life cycle approach, starting from having good and reliable data, keeping up with documentation and logging, ensuring transparency also in your system, and also maybe in a later, when you're a little bit further into the development, you ensure human oversight built into the system. So human oversight could, for example, mean a stop button when a machine, for example, would get out of control. And then the last category is about the technical requirements. It's about robustness, accuracy, and cybersecurity. Now, for these requirements, also official standards are being created, and my fellow panelist, Koen, is one of the people who is actually working currently on these standards. This lifecycle approach, by the way, is also the tricky part for researchers, because if you, as a researcher, at some point have something tangible, what you would like to further develop into a product, or you work with industry, for example, then actually those logging, those first requirements that you do have to do in the beginning of the life cycle would have somehow applied. And what I want to say with this is that the difference between research on one hand and developing on the other hand is not that cut clear. Now, it doesn't stop there, because when the AI system is on the market, you have more obligations to fulfill for the developer, but also the user, and they really involve post-marketing surveillance, monitoring, and reporting serious incidents to the local authorities. Now, let's just make a little sidestep to generative AI, because I think you're probably also wondering how generative AI will be regulated. And this is actually a very good question, because generative AI was not part of the first draft. This was something that was drafted in the last couple of months, when, of course, ChatGPT came onto the stage. Now, what is written in the text at the moment is that these generative AIs need to fulfill a number of transparency requirements. One, making sure that the outcome of the generative AI is not have illegal content. Second, the content, you have to disclose that it was generated by AI. And three, you have to take into account copyright. So you need to publish summaries of this data. Now, there's a lot of discussion in the European Union on what else we need to do with these kind of generative AI. The discussion does not only take place inside the EU, but also with the United States, with Asia, Asian countries, with England, because what we ultimately want is to come up with global standards on how we deal with artificial intelligence, generative AI in this sense. So to sum up, the AI Act lays out rules for artificial intelligence within the EU framework for a digital strategy. It is a horizontal law, so this means it's applicable in all sectors, and it follows a risk-based life cycle approach, and leaves many open questions for implementation, of which some hopefully we will answer in the panel. But for now, this is all that I wanted to share with you, so thank you very much, and looking forward to see you today.
Thank you very much, Susan. Can we, oh, sorry, the next slide on. Yes, yes. Well, here we have the panel for today. And I would like to ask a question to this panel, and I will go to you one by one. So we heard a lot about this EU AI Act regulation, and I was wondering what actually goes wrong if we don't regulate anything at all? Because it's a very complex matter, of course. So what happens if we don't regulate anything at all? Koen.
So I think what we see in the Act, in the regulation, is it bans certain things that we don't really want in Europe. So it bans mass video surveillance for law enforcement, it bans social scoring, it bans making the AI pretend it's a human and not telling anybody. So I think these are things we don't want. So part of this is just to express what we are as Europeans and how so we expect AIs in Europe to be like. On the other hand, I do believe that the legislator has said if we don't regulate this market, it might go wrong. We might get some race to the bottom on quality and on safety and on trustworthiness. So the regulator is trying to put some minimum bar in. Okay, you need to do at least this. Mm-hmm. And that's a bit similar to what we have for cars, for medical devices, for elevators, for toys, for food in Europe. So in that sense, we are trying to normalize here. AI is just one of those. It's not some special thing which should not be regulated, and there is no minimal bar.
Okay, thank you very much. Susan, what is your take on this?
Yeah, I think it's very important also to note that the fundament of the AI Act are ethical principles. One of these ethical principles that I find very interesting and also important is the human in the loop. I think a lot of people, and probably not you guys, but are under the impression that artificial is a force of nature by itself. And it's really not. Artificial intelligence is really here to serve humanity and not the other way around. So I think this is a very important aspect of this regulation.
Okay, thank you. Wouter.
Yeah, I also think we would somehow lose control, and I do not mean lose control in the sense that AI will take over the world and we have no control, but control on when it goes wrong, right? We don't know how something happens, how results came about, who's accountable. So I think it's also very good to know why something was developed and how you should use it, and in that regard also be able to enforce when it goes wrong. You saw it also in the GDPR, that, well, we had a privacy law or a directive before the GDPR. Nobody really, cared. Well, okay, I cared, but some and the professional community cared, but the fines were very low, and yeah, so it was more costs to do something than do nothing. And then GDPR came, and then it's a pity to say, but when fines get higher and higher, then people start to move. It should not be that way, but it is the world we live in, and I guess that's also a very good thing about the AI Act.
But is that also not because of the complexity of the law?
Yes, of course, it is very complex, but it is also, why do something? There are rules. And you can incorporate them in normal business, but still you have to do something, and you are sometimes within boundaries. But to be honest, most of it is just explaining what you do and knowing how you get to something and why you're doing it.
Yeah.
Being transparent about it.
Yeah. Well, you just mentioned AI taking over the world. That's a fear that is living among people, obviously. Jelle, what's your point of view on that? What's the worst case scenario, and is there anything we can do about it?
Yeah, so I think one way of thinking about this, about risk from AI, is to say, okay, you have individual risks, such as like privacy concerns. You have collective risk, such as fairness and bias and discrimination. And you have societal risks, things that could derail human civilization, maybe even permanently. I think all three are important. And something like the EU AI Act is, I think, a great first step for those first two. But it's a bit myopic in the sense that it doesn't at all tackle that last category. And there's increasing, now that AI is, especially now that AI is developing so fast, this is something that's becoming increasingly urgent. A quote I really like from Alan Turing, the grandfather of AI, and arguably even all of computer science. It seems probable that once the machine thinking method has started, it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control. And this was 72 years ago. It's extremely hard, indeed, to predict the future and to know what kind of trajectory AI in the future will take. But I think it's a very reasonable worry to expect that if AI eventually exceeds human capabilities, which is becoming increasingly feasible now, that it's not obvious that humanity stays in control there. If an AI CEO outcompetes a human CEO, and if AI propaganda outcompetes human propaganda, then good luck not implementing that. If you don't, then the competitor will. If the Netherlands doesn't, then the US or China will. So you get this race dynamic where we're handing off our future to AI unless we, before we get to that stage, think very carefully about what kind of future do we want, and then to get international agreement on shaping the development of AI so that we get actually to that future we want. There's no laws of physics that guarantees that everything will just magically turn out if we essentially build a species smarter than us.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We have very limited time, but I want to see if there are questions from the audience. Are there any questions that you would like to ask to the panel? I see somebody here in front. I do apologize, I'm not very good at throwing. So.
So I'm kind of curious. There are some safety initiatives in other parts of the world, right? So Biden issued his executive order, and there was the AI Safety Summit in the UK. Are there things we can learn from those approaches, like things we should probably think about in Europe, doing them and not doing them? Kind of curious about your perspectives on that.
Who would you like to ask?
Well, let's start with Koen.
I'll try to have a go. I think what you see in the approach, the discussion we have now in the US and the UK, also the summits and the recent Biden statements, they definitely deal with these long-term societal risks and really, the world ending or civilization ending that Jelle also talked about. And I'm very happy with that they pay serious attention to that. Like 4 or 5 years back, the discussion wasn't there. It was all, this is science fiction, we don't want to talk about it. Now we're getting into maybe more of a science fictional space here. We're into a space where Silicon Valley executives tour political capitals and say, please regulate us. You know, we're living something in a science fiction movie with this AI. I think Europe has also recognized these risks. We got recent Parliament amendments which were confirmed by Parliament in May that also deal with this subject. I think everybody in regulation is still racing to catch up and seeing how can we make this future-proof. I do hope the AI Act will also put some stake in the ground, like the Biden administration did, but it's clear also that more work is needed.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's do one more question because of the time that we have right now. Who wants to ask a question to the panel? I do want to note that during the break there will be available at the exposition space, which is on the ground floor, so you can ask them all the questions that you want. I see somebody there. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Braniewski. Susan, in your slide, you said the AI Act is looking to prevent generating illegal content, which just got me thinking about what role does freedom of speech have to play in this, and is AI, generative AI, does it have stricter requirements when it comes to freedom of speech?
Well, the first thing that really comes into mind is actually a different law, which is called the Digital Services Act. That has come into place right now, and this law is really in place to tackle hate speech and also illegal content on social media platforms, like bigger platforms. And I think this is also a very, very difficult point of discussion, because what exactly is fake news, for example? This will be highly debatable. But I know that the European Union wants to tackle this, but this will automatically indeed create a societal debate on what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And I think the AI Act will also contribute to exactly these points. So I cannot give you a straight answer to that, only that yes, this is something that as a society we do have to think about.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions, and thank you very much to the panel, to Jelle, Koen, Wouter, and Susan for their very interesting point of view. Like I said before, if you have any questions, you can approach them during the break. They will be at the ground floor near the dome. So for now, thank you very much, and we will continue now with the keynote. Thank you. So now we will continue with the keynote for today, and none other than Wijnand IJsselstein. He is a full professor at the TU Eindhoven from the Department of Industrial Engineering and Innovation Sciences, and he has this very compelling keynote, and it's called The Imitation Game Revisited, Questioning the Metaphors We Use to Understand AI. Please give a warm applause to Wijnand IJsselstein. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's an incredible honor to be here and to be able to share some of the perspectives that we have, let's say from social science onto this really fast developing world of artificial intelligence. I think about 2 years ago, I would have thought that a prompt engineer is an engineer who arrives at work on time. Things have changed quite a bit, let's say, over the past few years. And it all started with a summer project where 10 very smart people, cognitive scientists, computer scientists, decided to try and crack this conundrum of human intelligence. And basically, they proposed a 2-month project for this in Dartmouth. And again, of course, we see that it showed up to be a little bit more challenging than maybe they anticipated. And I also feel that even at the point that we are today, I feel many of the challenges that they identified are still beyond our reach in many ways. My perspective is one of a social scientist. I regard myself primarily a psychologist, also well-versed, let's say, in AI. And I try and understand this relationship that we're building with technology in general, and AI specifically. And of course, AI has some human characteristics to it. There's no denying that. But I also want to be skeptical about the way we talk about AI in terms of agentic, sort of intentionalist ways. And this is why I want to also highlight the importance of language. And already somebody mentioned this. Words have impact. And also in the scientific discourse, this is true. So maybe first, what is AI trying to accomplish? If we go to a standard textbook and see what kind of ambitions are being formulated, you can see that they fall more or less in 4 categories. So either a system that thinks like humans or acts like a human, or a system that thinks rationally or acts rationally. Alan Turing was already mentioned earlier, and he came up in this 1950 paper on computer machinery and intelligence with a test to determine whether or not the system is intelligent. And because there's such a diversity of opinions about what intelligence actually is, he operationalized it as a game, the imitation game. It wasn't called the Turing test back then, we did so afterwards. And in this game, basically, people are left in the dark as to whether they're interacting with a human or with a machine. And so basically, the interaction is through... Oh, I'm sorry. Should I shut this off, or...? All right, okay. So whether they're interacting with a... Is this better? I guess so. All right, sorry about that. So whether they're interacting with a machine or a human, but their only interaction modality would be through question and answer through text. This Turing test has sort of stood the test of time for a long time, I think. However, we're now reaching the moment that we're actually passing, have machines pass the Turing test in many sort of practical ways. But also, Turing test is being increasingly criticized, for one thing, because of its lack of sort of multimodal interaction, right? We only have this text-only interaction. But for another thing, it's also really dependent on the smartness of the human, let's say, in finding the right ways of testing the machine for its intelligence. And so alternatives have been also proposed, and I think they will also be challenging to the AI to a certain extent. What's interesting, though, is that you see kind of in this game, there is a rhetoric of, let's say, competition, right? There's a rhetoric of is AI able to outsmart us, to deceive us? And this is a rhetoric you find quite frequently in the world of AI, specifically when it's mentioned in popular media. Will we be ruled by AI in the future? How do we stand our ground as humans when so much intelligence is being created outside of humans? And so we see this, especially when there's developments around playing games, because that's an adversarial mode. But we see this also in the public discourse around the impact of AI on society. Now, I'd like to take a step back and, as a psychologist, maybe first ponder about how do humans use intelligence, and maybe that goes back to the question, why do we have a brain? And this is not as simple a question as it may seem. Of course, you would die without a brain, etc. You wouldn't be able to do what you want to do. But there's good reasons to have a brain as a mammal, as opposed to, for instance, a tree, who don't have a typical brain. And Daniel Wolpert, who's a neuroscientist, he gave a very clear and somewhat provocative answer. He said, well, brains are there for one reason and one reason only, which is to support action. It's not to think about poetry. It's not to, solve Sudokus. It's not to do science even. It's really to support successful adaptive action. And he gives an example of the sea squirt as a case in point. The sea squirt, in Dutch zeeschede, is a little animal. It starts out as an animal. It floats around in the sea, and it has a brain to basically coordinate its movements, find food, avoid dangers, etc. So midway in its life, it decides to settle down. Let's say it attaches itself to a coral reef and effectively becomes a plant. It doesn't move anymore from that coral reef. So the first thing it does after having take permanent residence in the coral reef is it'll eat its own brain for food. Now, you might wonder, why would it do that? Well, first of all, it doesn't need it anymore, and brains are expensive. Energetically speaking, it's about 20% of your current, energy is being used by your brain. So it's an expensive thing to keep if you don't really need it. So the idea here is that only when you need to have survival, or when you have survival advantages, a brain will be useful. And so this goes back to the basics of survival, right? Evolutionary theory, if you like. And we more or less distinguish 4 F's of survival, the 4 basic drivers of behavior, if you like: fighting, fleeing, feeding, and reproduction. And of course, in these 4 Fs, also social coordination is key, because we've not evolved as individuals, we have evolved as a species to work in groups. So in fact, that's also key to our survival. Now, most models of intelligence will not focus on these sort of embodied skills and ways in which we are adaptive to the environment that enhances our survival. Only recently in cognitive science, there's been an acknowledgement of the importance of the body, for instance, in surviving and in thinking as well, in supporting the way we relate to the world and understand the world. Also in action, so constituting knowledge through interaction with the environment, thinking through bodily activities, using our body to help us think. For instance, I'm gesturing now, and gesturing is not just a means of nonverbal communication towards you, it's also a means for me to help me think. And we know this from experiments, right? If you have to sit on your hands and make a point, it's much more difficult to think. And also we think by interacting with others. We have this thing called transactive memory, where we really are aware of what other people around us know, also what technology can offer us, and we integrate that into our thinking process. Now, at the same time, because we're such evolutionary species, we're also vulnerable to certain biases. This has been shown time and again in cognitive psychology. For instance, Kamen and Tversky have written extensively on this. Our brains are optimized to support fast action, sort of the kind of do or die dynamics of our evolutionary environments in which our brains evolved. So thinking is also opportunistic and prone to error. For instance, we have limited ability to allocate attention to more than a relatively small number of stimuli. We have difficulty to correctly recall facts and experiences. In that way, our brains are not at all like a computer who can store information perfectly and infinitely. We have all kinds of biases in organizing comparisons and evaluations in a consistent manner. We're easy to influence in changing our judgment based on the kind of context in which we're judging. And we also are very bad at assigning correct probabilities. We tend to overestimate effects that are short-term and underestimate things that happen over a long period of time, temporal discounting. So we see that we struggle, right, in relating to the world, especially the modern world, where a lot of information is also key to our survival. We have on the right-hand side a list of things that, no, our brains are not, let's say, evolved to do well. So there are things we struggle with. On the left-hand side, you see things that we do well. Typically things that involve action, fast adaptive action to environments, and also group interaction. Now the things on the right-hand side are typically things that computers do really well, right? So, and we develop these as tools to support our weaknesses, but as AI is progressing, you also see the AI functionality encroaching on, let's say, movement, pattern. Certainly, perceptual AI is going a long way. Now, what does all of this have to do with our relationship to AI? I think computers and AI is a cognitive technology that can really help us in improving our understanding of the world and our own smarts. And this is how I would like to position AI, not as an independent agent or as an autonomous system, so much as a tool that will support us and increasingly and incrementally enhance our cognitive function. Now, a well-designed AI will offer us a way to interact with it that allows us to really understand the world in different ways. It really becomes a cognitive tool that offers us some new primitives of thought. Now, we can think of technology as a thinking tool, as mind support tools, if you like. It leverages our own functioning. And as Bo Dalmo, the philosopher quoted by Dan Dennett, said, you can't do much carpentry with your bare hands, and you can't do much thinking with your bare brain. So really, and also Einstein mentioned something similar, as in my pencil and I are smarter than I am, which means that if you can sort of externalize part of your cognitive process, you can simplify it, and it becomes epistemically more approachable. Now, we have many powerful thinking tools at our disposal, not merely AI. Of course, the fact that I'm using language to convey knowledge is in itself a cognitive tool. but we use numbers. We have all kinds of systems designed to help us think, to really leverage our abilities. Diagrams, notations like the Feynman diagram, musical notation, methods like the scientific method to find things out which are true in the world. And of course, technologies. We have various technologies at our fingertips. You all have your smartphones and your laptops and what have you, but notebooks equally important. And of course, AI. Now, AI can be, I think, and I think most of us will agree on that, an incredibly strong, specific tool in well-defined domains where unambiguous rule sets and/or sufficient quantity and quality of data are available. But AI also has its limitations, and it has ways in which it's unlike human intelligence, and I think it's important to highlight that. So when we talk about machine learning, we use the word learning, but it's not the same as the way in which humans learn, the way we understand the world and relate to the world. So the term learning is in fact a metaphor. It means that a computer can improve at its programmed automated task, but using that word can also be misleading because it's laden with all kinds of associations and expectations that we have about human learning that we project onto the AI system. So bear in mind that an AI system does not take initiative to learn, doesn't have intrinsic curiosity or drive to learn. It's not rewarding in itself to learn. It doesn't understand what's being learned, doesn't contextualize its learning in a larger set of knowledge. It doesn't have agency in what it chooses to learn, nor subjectivity, a self, if you like, to whom the learning acquires a deeper layer of meaning. Also, the word deep in deep learning has some problematic set of associations. It feels like there's a depth of thought, wisdom, if you like. For instance, transfer of learning to other domains, which is a real big challenge in AI still. All things considered judgments, which is typical for ethical assessments of consequences of, for instance, technology in our lives. This is not something an AI would be well versed to do at the moment. And even the word neural network, although I see the similarities, being a neuropsychologist myself, there's also a great limitation to the extent to which those two are similar. Now, if we pit deep learning, let's say, against deep understanding and how we humans relate to the world, we acquire meaning through meaningful connections at various different levels of granularity. There's a level of evolution, there's a level of ontogenesis, let's say, there's a level of growing up within a certain species, within a family, within a local context. So the world, the environment, is deeply ingrained in the way we think and act. We have culture, we have language, with symbols and tools and artifacts to our disposal, which structure our thinking as well. We have a body with its sensory motor experiences, its abilities and limitations, joys, vulnerabilities, and pains. And these are really things that motivate us to act in a certain way, to take certain decisions, and to think in certain ways. It defines our limitations, but also defines the possibility space and the things we find important, our priorities. So think back of Turing's imitation game. The kind of intelligence that's being tested there has quite a small bandwidth. And not merely for the fact that it's only through text that you can interact with it. So if we take, for instance, Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences, we see that, in fact, as a species, we have a rich set of different kinds of intelligence, not merely the one that's more or less logical, mathematical, or spatial. It's also bodily kinesthetic, it's naturalist, it's intrapersonal and interpersonal. These are all ways in which we relate to the world that do not find a concomitant in AI at the moment. So AI is limited in various ways as well. AI has no common sense. There's been interesting work on this, on trying to create common sense, but at the moment I think it's fair to say it doesn't have any. It has no understanding of the meaning of its action, nor insight into the larger connections or consequences of it, which also makes it problematic. If we over-endow AI with responsibilities it cannot oversee. It will make mistakes or choices or optimizations, if you like, that can be entirely unintuitive to humans. It's called the brittleness problem. and it cannot reflect on its own decisions, and that's a problem known as lack of transparency or explainability. And it might perpetuate or even amplify certain biases in the data sets it's been trained with, which of course work out in real-world effects to negative effects of some groups that are interacting with AI. Thus, AI, for all its benefits, it can also be regarded to be, well, a reflection of human subjectivity, and is not always feel safe or even predictable. Now, the nice picture on the right-hand side there is a Roomba, and this Roomba is of course meant to clean an apartment, but it came across some kind of animal excrement, a turd, for a better word, and basically it just did its thing without actually blinking an eyelash. Why? Well, the Roomba is just a programmed, relatively simple machine, and it doesn't understand what it means to clean, right? So even a child cleaning a room would not make this mistake. So there's no intrinsic understanding of what it means that somebody wants their house to be cleaned. Other examples of limitations of AI, I've mentioned already bias. AI is being trained predominantly on the data sets that are available, which tend to be sort of pale male databases, and underrepresented groups are not being recognized with the same accuracy, with all kinds of consequences. There are also interesting unforeseen outcomes. Here's one example. So here's a sort of an artificial life a simulation where the task was to create a robot, to this task for the AI, to create a robot based on the elements on the top left corner, and have it move from point A to point B. So our natural intuition would be that would be a walking and talking robot, more or less moving from A to B. But the actual solution was that it just stacked everything and dropped it, which is a correct solution, right? If you come to think of it. It's not something we would expect, though. But we hadn't actually defined the parameter space in such a way that would exclude this possibility. Another interesting example, it comes from the area of digital games and gameplay. And of course, a lot of AI development is done in virtual spaces and in digital game environments. And the AI wants to optimize, let's say, against losing a game. So it decides, and there's many examples, but it decides to basically pause the game forever, because then it can't lose. Of course, that's, again, a correct solution. However, it's not the essence of why we play games. So there's zero understanding of the larger context of why we want to engage in a game, and what are sort of the basic assumptions, common sense assumptions that we have once you engage in a game. A final example is a delivery robot. This has been a few years ago. I'm sure things have been repaired by now. But this delivery robot would sort of roam around a city in the Bay Area, delivering its stuff. And whenever there's a light that turns from green to red, it would stop on the sidewalk, but also, at the same time, blocking the sidewalk for people, for instance, in wheelchairs, where that point is the only point of entry onto the sidewalk. And actually, this happened in real life to real people in wheelchairs who got stuck on the intersection as the light turned for the cars from red to green. And so they're stuck, they can't enter the sidewalk, and this robot is in their way. So people got a little aggressive towards the robot. And of course, this assumes real-world knowledge and real-world also social interaction to try and avoid this. So in a sense, the danger of AI is not that it's going to rebel against us, but it's going to do exactly what we ask it to do. However, we have not learned how to formulate our questions appropriately, and also in a way that is context sensitive, and in a way that's also is flexible enough to deal with unintended consequences. Now, more to the point of my talk, I think using human attributes, such as deep learning, being trustworthy, being responsible, although understandable that we use them, they also yield epistemic confusion, inflated expectation, and misguidance as to the goals and purpose of the AI tools. Might also incidentally hide some of the human agency behind the AI that carries the eventual responsibility. So as AI technology advances, it becomes increasingly vital to really scrutinize also the metaphors by which we describe it, think about it, because it really also shapes our understanding. The words and the concepts that we use, the metaphors that we use, shapes our understanding of what AI is, what it could be, what it ought to be. And to close off, I'd like to just give a shout out to the importance of looking at psychology and social science, and also at sort of design sciences and human-computer interaction, for really designing ways of relating to AI as a productive tool that enhances our cognitive abilities. And this is really a problem of trying to align different kinds of representation sets, right? The representations that AI has of the world versus representations that we have of the world and our understanding of it and the way we can interact with it. So we're trying to bridge that gap. Now, to do that, we need to have AI also appropriately and understandably communicate how it sees the world. How what is its operational envelope? What might we expect it to understand versus what might we not expect it to understand? Such that we do not over-endow it with a level of intelligence and potential responsibility it cannot have. And this is also related to the issue of lack of transparency, which I think hinders efforts to understand the social impact of the adoption of AI technology. Second, I think key element is that many of the faces of AI, the face that we see of AI is deeply social. It's a social robot, it's a chat GPT, it uses speech in our personal assistants, etc. So in all kinds of social pathways are being triggered automatically in humans, and we make all kinds of social attributions and intelligence attributions, again, which might be unjustified. And then Dennett wrote a very pressing opinion piece in The Atlantic this year on counterfeit people, and especially how interacting with AI pretending to be somebody, or people pretending to be somebody else through AI, is actually quite corrosive to interpersonal trust, and actually to the larger structures of society that depend on interpersonal trust. So a third question here is how do we endow people with enough control in a meaningful and timely manner, where we don't overestimate the abilities of people to exert that control. For instance, if the EU Act that we just talked about would imply that people would have to pay attention whilst driving in a self-driving car, that's la-la land. That's not going to happen. People are going to be distracted all the time doing other things. So we need to actually make also realistic assumptions about human abilities in relation to AI. The ways in which we can meaningfully control AI need to fit our psychological makeup and our personal limitations. So finally, I'd like to close with a quote from a paper I really like by Carter and Nielsen. And they talk about how AI as a tool can offer us new primitives of thought, new ways of looking at the world that will enhance our thinking, but not replace our thinking. So they say at its deepest, interface design means developing the fundamental primitives human beings think and create with. This is a problem whose intellectual genesis goes back to the inventor of the alphabet, of cartography, musical notation, as well as modern giants such as Descartes, Playfair, Feynman, Engelbart, and Kay. It's one of the hardest, most important, and most fundamental problems humanity grapples with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wijnand. After hearing this very interesting story, I still have one question that I would like to ask you. I'm sure that the audience has a ton of questions that I would like to ask you too, but please keep them for during the break. But my question is, what is, according to you, the most urgent concern that we have to address in the AI community?
That's not a simple question, but thank you. So I think maybe so I mentioned a number of things, right? The deception, the deskilling, the over-endowment of expectation, let's say, towards systems. I think one of the most corrosive at, let's say, a larger societal level is this issue of trust and sort of authentic interactions that we expect to be authentic being manipulated. So we're going to be, because of the let's say large scalability of very accessible tools to create, for instance, fake identities, to create deep fake videos, to create a voice that sounds like somebody else, to create very believable interaction. We're very vulnerable to, and we have all kinds of cognitive pitfalls that make us very vulnerable to that. And you know, I think it will be at the detriment of trust, of interpersonal trust, but also trust in systems, in government, in money even, or in other kinds of virtual entities that rely on trust to work. So as deception is likely to be a part of the future of AI, I think we need, and this is also where the EU Act comes in, I think we need to really come down hard on those who try to utilize these tools to really deceive people, and so to be able to have that distinction still between, let's say, authentic humans on the other side of the interaction versus some kind of AI generated human. I think that's going to be a key issue.
Absolutely, yes. I also believe that trust is one of the most important things, trust in the system. And in my point of view, trust can only emerge when you understand what you're talking about, when you understand how it's working. And I think you have done a great job today at explaining us exactly, at least as far as was possible in this limited time that you had, to explain what AI is, how it works, how our brain works, how the AI brain works. So thank you very much for that. Like I said before, because of the time, I would like to ask you to ask your questions to Wijnand during the break. He will be here the rest of the day, I suppose. So ask him the questions that you have. So now we will continue with the next part of the program, which is the coffee break. So now we will have a coffee break. After the coffee break, you will go to your tracks. The people that will participate in the research track will come back here after the break. If you don't remember to which track you subscribed, you can see it on your badge. There are 2 tracks, one in the morning and one in the afternoon after the lunch break, so you can see where you have to go. People outside will help you to find a way to the room where you have to go. I would like everybody to ask everybody to be back here around 11:20. No, not around, at 11:20. I know that it's a very short break, but please, we have a full program and would like to start on time again. Thank you very much.
From a distance, I think we should roll out the moment from now, 'cause we're falling apart. Living, you're just doing that to get even. Don't break up the pieces, just leave it for now. They keep falling apart. Passionate from miles away, basic with the things you say. Buzzing up a mile always, I can blame you, no. Passionate with miles away, basic with the things you say. Buzzing up a mile always, I can blame you, no. Sometimes you're better off dead. There's a gun in your hand and it's pointing at your head. You think you're mad, too unstable, kicking in chairs and knocking down tables in a restaurant in a western town. Call the police, there's a madman around, running down under the ground to a dive bar in a western town. In a western town, a dead end world. The Eastern boys are western. glass or heart of stone. Just you wait till I take you home. We've got no future, we've got no past. Here today, built to last. In every city and every station, from Lake Geneva to the Finland station. How far have you been? In a western town, a dead-end world. The eastern boys, a western girl. In a western town, in a dead-end world. The eastern boys, a western girl. Western girl. Western girl. Western girl. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. When I'm with you, baby, I go out of my head. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. All the things you do to me and everything you say. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. We slip and slide as we fall in love, and I just can't seem to get enough of. We walk together, we're walking down the street. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Every time I think of you, I know we have to meet. I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. It's getting harder, it's a burning love, and I just can't seem to get enough of. And when it rains, you're shining down for me, and I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. Just like a rainbow, you know you set me free, and I just can't get enough. I just can't get enough. You're like an angel and you give me your love, and I just can't seem to get enough of. I just can't get enough. 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 I just can't get enough.
Welcome back, everybody. I realized that it was a very short break and probably you had a lot of questions for the speakers, but please do know that you still have the rest of the day to be able to approach them. So I would like to start now with the easy research track. Welcome to everybody here. Welcome also to the online participants that are following this track by live stream. We just had a very interesting plenary session and, of course, the interesting keynotes from Wijnand IJsselstein. And right now, I want to introduce to you the scientific director of EASY, and his name is Wim Nuiten. Wim, thank you. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Jolanda, for the introduction, and good morning to you all. So on behalf of EASY, welcome to this research track. I'm personally extremely pleased that this research track, as the summit as such, is on human-centered AI. The thing is that the AI research at TUE is based on three main pillars. One pillar is on engineering systems, and we are very well known for doing research on that. The other pillar is on data science, and again, we are in the world very well known for doing that too. In fact, in all polls and questionnaires that you get on the strength of TUE, data science tends to come up on top time and time again. Now, the third pillar is on humans and ethics. It's on human-centered AI. And unfortunately there, it is a relatively well-known, well-hid secret that TUE has world-class researchers doing world-class research. So I am thrilled to see.
For the next talks, and the next speaker is Emilia Barakova. She will be speaking about pain and stress management using smart connected systems of social robots and wearables. Emilia Barakova, please.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. I'm Emilia Barakova, and I will talk about our research on pain and stress management with using AI, and artificial intelligence is used in many different ways in our research. Starting from the technical aspects, what kind of algorithm to use here and there, but also some social aspects, how to not let people overtrust it, rely on it, and so on. How I go to the next slide? So we are working with several user groups, which are children with autism or very young children, stress and pain management by people with intellectual disability, and some are with very severe intellectual disability, and also persons with dementia, could be also advanced dementia. All these groups of people have several features. Well, they have difficulty to self-report, so we wouldn't know how they are feeling of pain or stress or engagement can be seen, can be understood. That's why we need a lot of different measurements, and especially taking physiological signals and processing them, mainly with different artificial intelligence methods, help us to understand these people, to attend to them at the right moment, and eventually help them alleviate the bad condition they might be in. I will just feature several projects and pinpoint several moments where we use artificial intelligence. These projects are about persons with dementia, who on the left side you see elderly person caressing a plushy thing. Actually, within this fur of a sheep, there is a robot, the so well-known Pleo robot, which is connected to the screen, which you see a small part of the screen. And on this screen will come more sheep if this virtual sheep, this robot sheep, is caressed. This project was made to increase the engagement of people with dementia, which sometimes will have very boring life in facilities when they will not have a lot of attention due to busy personnel. Another project which also relates to that is featured on the right. Well, here the robot is naked, it's itself. But in addition to that, we added physiological measurements to measure the level of engagement of people who are interacting with it. And we are distinguishing between the social interaction, but usually the social interaction was facilitated by the robot. By persons with intellectual disability and visual impairments, often those are comorbidities. Well, these people experience much more stress than an average person. If something negative will happen, for example, the caregiver will not bring them to an event which was promised to them. They are afraid that it will never happen again, so they need to calm themselves. They feel very anxious and unhappy. So we were providing several techniques to help them relax and help them feel more comfortable. So the several stress techniques which were used already, and they have the names of doll blocks and big chair, and they relate to the object which is used for the therapy or for the treatment, and it is about the robot helping them to search for the right person they need to relax them, or the robot shares experiences when similarly happen to it, how he deal with it, so eventually they can give some clues to the people with disability to be able to also use this technique. And the beach chair is one technique in which they just do mindful breathing to relax themselves. Well, with people who have severe intellectual disability, even such a simple conversation was not possible. That's why we developed the system. Actually, we started about 10 years ago, and the 2 PhD projects already have passed on that. We developed the so-called smart sock, which measures physiological signals, and transfer it to a tablet when the stress level is visualized. I saw that several companies, actually we give the development to some companies, and now I saw the Design Week, somebody already produced smart sock in a different, more commercial shape, of course, which is a great development. But the main idea here is that with detecting the physiological signals, we can signal a caregiver to know that the person who has a disability is not comfortable, has some pain or some stress, and they can attend to it. Of course, the ground truth we get from the therapists and caregivers, but sometimes a new person has to attend to them, and sometimes the signals, the outside signals of pain and stress are not easy to detect, especially by some user groups. So, well, these are more details on the project, how the first sensors we developed were helping the communication between the caregiver and the person with a disability, and the visualizations, what is the meaning of that. But I think I shouldn't talk about this part a lot. I would rather like to inform you that to get the connection between the shimmer sensor, or the sensor we have for detecting physiological signals, and the app is just not straightforward. We just visualize them. We use different machine learning algorithms to decide whether the person really has pain or stress, or whether it is just some positive arousal. If you want to just have a glimpse, we used a random forest algorithm, and well, first our results were very bad, but then we used a different feature extraction and other methods, and until our reliability grows up. Well, I have passion for robots, and especially social robots. So I was thinking, oh, this is a really great development. We can measure pain, we can signal it to a screen. But maybe also the screen, well, if it is more animate or human-like, can also react to that. And well, I decided to connect that also to a social robot. And because this started first with a project with very young children who had operation and may have pain, so we choose a robot which is appropriate to them. It looks like some kind of animal. Some will say rabbit and the other goat. So the physiological signals are not only visualized to an app, but also sent to a robot, and a robot, through another set of machine learning algorithms, kind of reinforcement learning techniques, will decide how to behave in a certain moment. So the robot is kind of a therapy, but also we can get also additional information about the state of the child. If the child is really squeezing or being negative to the robot, probably have also some negative feelings. This project was possible because of the funding for TIO, which was unfortunately not big enough to finish all the research. But after that, only TIO and the Radboud Medical Center are continuing with this project just on our own resources, students, and interested people who want to work on it. And even we succeed to make tests in clinical setting at the Radboud Medical Center. We did tests with 2 children, and now more are on their way. The problems are that children, when they are at the hospital first, they have problems with the pain after the operation, but also they are in a new environment. This environment can also cause stress, and the environment is boring and medical-like and scary. And so there are more things to think how to understand what is the real condition of the children. Are they stressed from the new environment, or they really have a pain? So we have to look at the whole process and introduce the robot early enough when they met the doctor much before the operation, because otherwise the measurements which we may measure and decide it is a stress or pain could be just because of the novelty of the robot. So it's the whole trajectory. We are looking at, and also with the children, there are many different problems which appear. We have to decide how to design the robot behaviors, of course, and how to make the children wear wearables. For example, the smart sock was chosen for people with heavy intellectual disability who are mainly static. They stay in a wheelchair or they lay, so they don't move a lot. But if you move a lot, then the physiological signals won't be that reliable. And also the children may not want to wear it. We have had also cases when people refuse to wear this wearable. So we were thinking how to create wearables which are appealing for the children, and we were thinking the topics of superhero, also because physiological signals are very well measured on the forehead and wrists. So the superhero suit might be a very good idea for that. And of course, the robot can have also the same suit, so the child is more eager to provide his physiological measurements to us. And of course, they can take a plushie at home, which is also full with the sensors, which can fool the pressure, strong pressure, which is also another indication of unhappy behavior for the child. Well, I can introduce you to the. I will skip introducing you to that because time goes always faster than we would like to. So just to mention one last project, the stress was measured also by children, especially children with autism, which are not aware that they might have stress. And our PhD student developed a pen, which if squeezed or pressed with it, will try to interpret the signals as the level of stress of the child. And we were lucky to get a patent on this pen. So if there are companies here interested to help us go further with that, we can work with the companies. So the pen gets physiological signals. We are getting also behavioral data and reports from the parents to estimate the level of pain. And on these nice graphs you can see that we have some successes of correlations with reports and measurements. And of course, the next step, and this is the last slide I'll talk about, was making this pain also able to signal the level of stress. So it got a tail, like a cat tail, which shows the stress as the cat will do it. And the same student was very lucky to get the best design competition award for this pen. This is a social computing type of stress regulation, but I'm out of my time, so thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody that would like to ask a question to Emilia about this very interesting application of AI? We have time for one question, so. Let me see if I see a question anywhere.
Well, no question.
Don't feel the pressure because I say there's only one question, so. I see a question here on this side. All the other way.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, have you looked at what if the system reports something different than the parents think, about this stress, for example,
Yes.
or pain, or?
Yes, the system often reports something different. That's why we are trying to get to introduce more modalities, more signals to get more reliable prediction. Of course, reporting that somebody has pain is kind of an error which we can live with if he doesn't have pain. Well, the problem is if the other type of errors when the person has pain and nobody knows about that. So we are more conscious about under-reporting than over-reporting.
It will influence our observational capabilities in the end, as humans?
I think yes, because if we have a reliable, almost reliable estimation of stress and pain, the parents, but also caregivers, especially new caregivers in a society when care system is very, very kind of overloaded. People have very little time to give care. Maybe if you know whom to attend, when, will be very useful.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very big applause, please, for Emilia Barakova. So now we will continue with our PhD talks. And the first one I want to ask on stage is Diego Morales. And he will talk about systems that care about what we care about, companies and the value alignment challenge. Please give him a big applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's great and exciting to be here. And please allow me to begin with a very short story. A long, long time ago, a very powerful sorcerer inhabited these lands. And with this sorcerer, there lived a young apprentice who was in charge of fulfilling a series of tasks for his master. Every day, the young apprentice had to write letters, he had to deliver potions, and he had to fetch water for his master. And every night, exhausted, he contemplated ways in which he could fulfill his tasks in a better and less demanding way in terms of time and energy. So it happens that one day, the young apprentice came into the possession of some knowledge and skills of the sorcerer, and he used this knowledge and skills to solve his problems. In fact, with this knowledge and skills, he created an assistant whom, endowed with agency, helped him in the fulfillment of his tasks. At the beginning, everything went very well. The assistant fulfilled his task in a quite efficient manner, and the young apprentice was beaming. However, as letters began to be written with nonsensical text, as potions began to being delivered at very dangerous speeds, and as the water being collected became overflowing from the basins, the young apprentice concluded that maybe his assistant was too good in fulfilling the tasks that had been designated and providing with goals to the AI systems that surround us. AI systems have had impressive advancements over the recent years, and their penetration into our daily and professional lives is also quite impressive. However, the use of these systems have sparked concerns for their use, as these systems might select and prioritize actions and decisions that do not necessarily align with what we want or what we care about. In this context, the research program of value alignment has been put forward as a solution to mitigate this risk. And in value alignment, what we are trying to do is to come up with methods and conceptual frameworks to try to understand how this alignment could be, first of all, possible and then implemented in the best possible way. My PhD project goes into the heart of the question of conditions of possibility. How can value alignment be possible at all, and what requirements must be met by artificial agents in order to engage in alignment in the first place? And my contention is that the cognitive capacity of metacognition is key. In human beings, metacognition is a complex and wonderful capability that allows us to identify a process, for example, our decision-making process, identify the elements and parameters and criterions that we use to make decisions. Then it allows us to judge what has been identified, and in that judgment we can compare and contrast our set of parameters with other sets, and finally conclude that, for example, our initial process needs refinement or fine-tuning. In delving into the metacognitive capacity, we are doing a complex research that entangles questions of different natures, questions about cognitive modeling, about the suitability of human and non-human animal cases as models for AI, Also, as Professor Wynan was saying before, the sort of language that we use to conceptualize this capability, as metacognition is a concept that comes from a different discipline, and of course, the societal impact of having AI systems with metacognition amongst us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience? The audience is now afraid to ask questions. No, there is a question. This side, please.
Hi, thanks for the talk. What do you think it takes to implement this sort of metacognition you're talking about?
Ooh, the golden question. Well, first of all, it requires clarity on our part of what metacognition is. Because metacognition, first and foremost, is already a controversial notion in cognitive science, and you will see rival theories trying to explain what it is, what sort of properties does it have, and that reflects on how people in AI can get inspired by those theories to generate models, and therefore determine what sort of properties must be imitated in order to obtain metacognition. At the very basic level, what it's clear is that we need some sort of two-tier system in which one system is looking at the other system, and we need some sort of self-evaluative capacity. Only representing the first-order process is not enough, because metacognition, at least in cognitive science, has this evaluative component. We represent something in order to judge that something. So the key challenge here is to first get our act straight regarding what we understand by metacognition, and then try to implement in an operational way this evaluative capacity.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now continue with the next PhD talk from Mariam Azani, and she will be talking about human decision-making in production planning system. Mariam, please.
Thank you. Okay. Perfect. Welcome, everyone. Today I'm going to tell you the story of Robert. And you may wonder who this Robert guy is. Well, bear with me for 6-7 minutes and I will tell you all I know about him. Robert is a production planner at 2 Chairs company. And his task is simple. He needs to produce 2 chairs, the green one and the brown one. The task looks simple, right? But he thinks that his job is challenging, and for this he uses a decision support system. Obviously, not always Robert and the decision support system arrive at the similar solution. For instance, in this case, you see that the system suggests Robert to produce 6 chairs in total, whereas he thinks that 6 is too little considering all the uncertainty in the environment. Therefore, he asks the supplier to provide him for a component for producing 8 chairs. But he realized from the supplier that this is not possible, so he only gets wheels for producing 6 chairs in total. And he decides to allocate these wheels equally to different products that he wants to produce. So he sent all the components to the internal department for assembly. But again, he realized that due to quality issues, things went wrong, and he ended up with having 3 green chairs and 2 brown ones. And obviously, at the end of the day, the customer wants something different. So now it starts to make sense why Robert thinks his job is challenging, right? But the decision support system that Robert used is an invisible one. In fact, it generates wrong solutions. For instance, Robert sees that the forecast of February is 4 chairs in total, 2 of each color. He also sees that available material that he has is only sufficient to produce 2 chairs in total, whereas the system is still recommending him to produce 4. Robert knows that there's a better system out there, a new system that can help him intervene without correcting for all the inefficiencies of the system or invisibilities, and a system that helps Robert incorporate his 25 years of work experience into it. But he's too hesitant to accept this new system. Perhaps the system is too complex for him to accept. Or maybe he's overconfident of his 25 years of work experience. Or that he's afraid that this new system will replace him at some point in time. Well, in our first study, we looked into this question. We looked into how can we motivate Robert to accept this new system. And we realized that there are two phases for Robert in his interaction journey with the system. The acceptance phase, which is the go, no-go decision for Robert to decide if he wants to use this new system or not. And in this phase, simplicity of the system is crucial for Robert. And the continued use phase. In fact, after he accepts using this system, the continued use phase lets Robert decide how much he wants to intervene in this new system. And in this phase, the important characteristic is the usefulness of the system, or the functionalities that it has. So usefulness and simplicity sound high level, right? And I agree with you. So let me give you some details on that. For the simplicity, it's important for designers or people who are into designing algorithms even, to focus on the interface and data. In fact, it's important to consider how to make the system simple for Robert to accept it in the initial phase before he can continue using it. However, when we move to the continued use phase, what becomes important is the algorithm of the system or the functionalities that it has. But then the question arises, does this end here? Because at the end of the day, what is important is performance. And performance of Robert, we do not know if it's better if he uses this new system or still better with the old system. So we did a pilot session with our collaborating companies' planners, and we realized that Robert and his colleagues perform a lot faster when they use this new system. And this makes sense, right? Because they don't need to make all the manual corrections for invisibilities or so. However, they still perform better when they use the old system. And let me give you some clarity on this, because this might sound complicated. Imagine that the old system has a performance of 5, and Robert can add value of 7 to it. So in total, they arrive at 12. However, the new system has a performance of 9, and Robert can add value of 1 to it. So 10, in the end, is smaller than 12. Robert is still performing better than he used the old system. So our story doesn't end here. We are doing online experiments with planners at the companies and also students. If these type of questions are interesting to you, please contact me or find me at lunch, and we can talk. We're always open for collaborations. Thank you for your attention. This was the story of Robert so far.
Thank you very much, Mariam. Thank you. So who has a question for Mariam about this interesting story about Robert and working with the new system? Any questions? Well, maybe you can tell me something more about this practical relevance of this, of Robert understanding this new system and collaborating with it. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thank you. In fact, what is important is that in industry we see a lot of implementation efforts, and these implementation efforts do not always succeed. There are a lot of costs associated with that, a lot of effort also. And what is important for us is to understand how to design these systems in a way that these implementation efforts become more successful. And we do that by incorporating human intelligence, human capabilities, their biases and heuristics into the design of the system. So hopefully at the end of the day, we can provide systems that are good for humans, acceptable for them, and our implementation efforts will be success.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mariam,
Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to introduce you now to another PhD speaker. And his name is Kees Maton, and he will be talking about how do employees experience their collaboration with AI in decision making. Kees Maton, please. Thank you.
So thank you for the nice introduction. So my name is Kees, as already said, and I'm going to talk about how employees actually experience collaborating with AI in decision making, but also why their experiences matter for performance. So organizations are increasingly considering or actually adopting AI systems to improve organizational decision making. More attention has been gone to the technological capabilities of this system instead of to the human and how they experience collaborating with it, as it can also contribute to performance. So of course, the AI system has certain strengths, such as computational and processing power, that allows it to make more rational decisions. However, due to their reliance on historical data, they are typically unable to anticipate on future unforeseen events in their assessments. As such, it needs a human to actually critically monitor this system, to intervene when needed, to improve the decisions that the system cannot anticipate on. Although this is a kind of ideal scenario, people tend to either over or under rely on system suggestions, meaning that if a person has a certain time pressure in making its decisions, it all too often accepts recommendations that are in fact incorrect. Or it can also be the other way around, as Marjan just said. People might be hesitant or resistant to using this system and therefore reject AI advices that are in fact correct. This leads to a suboptimal use of strength and hence performance, causing costly AI initiatives to not achieve the desired results. So, what does actually cause an employee to perform behaviors that contribute to successful human-AI collaboration? Their attitudes towards these processes. Attitudes are evaluations of processes that strongly predict behavior, such as a willingness to engage in interactions with technology, and consist of two types. Instrumental attitudes that relate to cognitive evaluations associated with the outcomes of the process itself, such as that a person that doesn't see the added value of a system, doesn't see the added value of critically monitoring a system, the person may not engage in this behavior because it does not improve its performance. On the other hand, we have experiential attitudes, and experiential attitudes are more effective evaluations that relate to the subjective experience of a user when interacting with a system. So for example, if a person may feel that it's really interesting to interact with the AI system to make decisions at work, and they also feel important in this process and in control, they will be more motivated to engage in these behaviors. However, experiential attitudes are often neglected in research surrounding technology usage, but we deem them especially important in our specific context because they can facilitate the flow, cognitive absorption, and engagement, which may enhance a person's involvement with the AI system. And as such, the person may really want to get to the bottom of why the AI is suggesting this or that, and as such, it may know when to and not to intervene in the decision-making of the system. So, now that we know that experiences matter, what actually shapes employee experiences when collaborating with AI systems at work? We identify 4 elements that may shape a user's experience in a work setting. So first of all, the AI system itself, the methods it utilizes, how explainable that method is, also how accurate the predictions are, and those kind of things. But also individual characteristics, such as a person's educational level, AI literacy, to understand how the AI system works and how it can contribute. Also their personal innovativeness or openness to experience, to try new things. And also task characteristics, such as how the process is designed in terms of the divisions of tasks, and how much agency is ascribed to the AI system from the human may impact how a person experiences this process, how motivated the person is. And lastly, also organizational features such as their work practices and so on may impact how people experience their work. So in turn, more favorable attitudes may relate to decreased stress, for example, enhanced motivation, and also enhanced performance. To validate these assumptions, we performed semi-structured interviews with 17 employees from 3 multinational organizations that collaborate with AI tools that either highlight missing information in orders or that provided quantitative recommendations for decision-making in sales forecasting. We asked them how they experienced AI and what were the most important factors for them to experience this more positively. So from the interviews, we found that experiences actually did matter, well, according to the interviewees, because they related to the motivation to utilize these tools in certain ways and to engage in behaviors that are associated with higher performance. We also found that the 4 elements also shape these experiences, such as a response time and constantly switching between different softwares caused frustration because it distracted them from achieving their goals. Also, a person's objective experience to work in a digitalized system, and also their AI literacy made them feel more comfortable to interact with these systems. Keeping the final decision-making authority so that the employee has the right to override the AI system at the last phase of decision-making, and having a clear outcome, as well as receiving feedback from internal stakeholders and customers, was really important for them in order to have a tangible outcome of their work. And lastly, also managerial pressure to use an AI that was not performing as well was perceived as very frustrating, and hence, on the other side, involving the employee in the designing of the system and also the processes made them feel, made them cause feelings of ownership and led to increased feelings of control too. So, some final takeaways: we recommend to design processes to enhance more favorable experiences through interactive and integrated, developing interactive and integrated systems with high response time so that people can really interact, and also logging system adjustments so that people can see what AI recommendation has been touched and which has not been touched. Develop use case specific training so that people can really get acquainted with the process, how the system responds to them, and so on. And also design processes in which this employee has a tangible outcome and maintains a certain level of agency. Also involve users in the development of these tools and these processes. And also develop AI as a sort of resource instead of increasing the work demands for them, make them really stressed by giving them other tasks, because we see AI as an automation instead of a collaboration, which, if you give them the time to actually, involve with the system, then you will achieve the highest results, is what we found from a worker point of view. So, of course, these interviews are not really generalizable because we only performed a couple. We cannot imply causation, so we aim to now develop a measure in a survey that can assess how employees experience it and distribute this among our collaborating organizations to assess user experiences and see how they relate to actual behaviors in the system, such as making adjustments, going up, going down, and how this impacts performance. So if you're interested or have questions, I would love to meet you during lunch, or you can also send me an email. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kees. Kees already has invited you to ask him questions during lunch or by email. Is there anybody that would like to ask a question to Kees right now? Yes, I see one question.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask a question to Kees and the previous speaker. I think these two topics are related. So the performance that was talked about in the previous talk has also to be measured by Kees' system. So how do these things come together?
Well, indeed, Mariam also explained a couple of things of resistance, of applying it to their work, hesitation to apply it to their work. I believe Mariam is also a little bit more into bias that people may develop. I think she's more into researching that people have certain experience and therefore, trust their own intuition more than those of these systems. Whereas for my research, it's more about designing engaging processes, or at least getting insights on how to engage employees more to really be absorbed in collaborating with the AI system. So they come together in their usage and maybe a resistance to use it. And from my point of view, it's more of the engagement of the employee, and in Mariam, it's more how certain characteristics relate to bias, right? So, I think that's a good summary.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kees. Okay, thank you. So this concludes the three PhD short research talks. Now we will continue with a little bit longer talk about a very interesting topic. It's relevant and everybody's talking about it. Well, at least the people that I know in my surroundings of the AI ecosystem. It's about governance with AI. Please welcome Frauke Behrendt.
Thank you. Right, wonderful to have you all here for my presentation. So I'm going to talk about governance with AI, shaping sustainable futures and decision making. I'm an associate professor here at the university, part of the Technology, Innovation and Society group, and my main expertise is on digital society, sustainability and AI, and mainly in the domain of mobility. And you will probably see some examples from that today. Right, let's get started with a local photo. Anyone seen some of these bicycles around Eindhoven? Yes. Anyone been brave enough to ride them? Slightly slower response here. I know this is a country where people very much like to ride their own bicycles, which is quite different to some other countries I've researched in. But what I really want to talk about is that shared bicycles, scooters, and cars are part of mobility as a service, where we don't own the vehicles. I know that's really difficult for Dutch bicycle users, but it's convenient to use them for short trips or to combine with public transport. And there's a big hope on a societal level that mobility as a service can really help to replace car trips, maybe even replace car ownership, and thereby make mobility more sustainable. But what does that have to do with AI and with decision making about the future? So let's start thinking about data. What kind of data matters for these bikes, for mobility as a service? Most of you are experts in this, so you can probably already imagine some data, zeros and ones floating through the air, location data, battery status, fleet data about distribution and maintenance, customer data about trips, bookings, payments, other modes, other operators, how it's all kind of integrated or not. You can foresee all kinds of problems already, you experts. And where there's lots of data, of course, there's also lots of opportunity for AI. And mass projects and companies often stress how they use AI to optimize and to enable sustainable mobility. And we also saw that in the Dutch AI pilots. That was one of the main narratives. It's around sustainability, and it's around the use of cutting-edge technologies such as AI to achieve this. So this is also where our research started. We were driven to understand, I may have another slide, there we are, how exactly AI is used in mobility as a service, and how those claims around sustainable mobility are arrived at, and whether they are true or not. Before I go into a bit more detail about that research journey, I also want to flag up that we found a much bigger issue as part of the research that is to do with how humans and AI work together. And I guess that's why I'm here today, how they work together in governance, and especially in governance that is relevant to sustainability. But let me not get ahead of myself. So back to our original question. How is AI used in mobility as a service, and how does that make mobility more sustainable? This slide gives some detail about how we went about this. Some people really care about the detail of methodologies. You're very welcome to ask me some more questions about it later. For the rest, just to say, we used two bodies of literature, one rather technical on smart mobility, transport modeling, computer sciencey kind of literature, and a second body of literature, social science literature on data governance, algorithmic governance, and responsible innovation. We also conducted quite a few participant observations at 10 workshops in the Netherlands and abroad, where people, different kinds of stakeholders, talked about the technical capabilities of mobility as a service. Now, I keep talking about we, so who's that? Most of the research was actually carried out by a brilliant young researcher, Eriquette Servoux, who I had the pleasure of hosting as a postdoc for a couple of years here at the university, who now works as a consultant. So lots of other people get to work with her too. So what did we find from analyzing all that literature and listening to all those people talk at the workshops? We found that AI is relevant for three key elements of mobility as a service: end user demand, mobility service supply, and mobility system integration. And we look into each of those in a little bit in detail. I'm also really old school, so I like holding on to paper, and it was interesting to hear about embodied knowledge earlier. It really makes me feel so much better to hold on to paper. Here we are with old school professors. So the assumption with end user demand and the use of AI in this element of mobility as a service is that by understanding users' travel behavior with data-trained AI algorithms, platforms can create convenient and flexible mobility packages, and thus offering a competitive alternative to the car, which in turn will make them act more sustainably. So this is really about understanding the user behavior, about personalizing the journey planning, integrating ticketing and booking, and creating these kinds of flexible and attractive packages. It's also about nudging, eventually, the user behavior to travel in climate-friendly and efficient ways. Now, we also identified some critical issues. One of them is that this kind of ignores rebound effects. So, for example, people might use mobility as a service as an add-on to their private car use. Or people might use car sharing and ride-hailing at the expense of active modes such as cycling. Also, algorithms might contain user-related biases dependent on two factors. First, the specific values the algorithm developers insert into the algorithms, which might include biases on price discrimination of mobility services based on location and income. So we've seen some research on Uber where certain kind of locations had to pay more because they were perceived as more dangerous. So this was kind of based on user location and income. And there's also been some research, for example, on discrimination against people of color because the system assumes there's a higher risk of potential crime. And that also relates to some of the face recognition issues we saw earlier in terms of people with dark skin. Data collection and processing might also include inadequate data sets. So this kind of is a similar issue. So picture yourself, someone who might use the fancy bicycles we saw earlier or any other kind of mobility as a service. So you've got a certain kind of people in mind, and you may also want to picture people who are really quite unlikely to use any of those new services on their smartphones, do all the kind of fancy digital stuff, and engage with these new forms of mobility. Well, you can already see how the data sets that are used to train the AI used in mobility as a service are being fed in quite different ways, which means that, of course, the services will be very much tailored to the kinds of people that have already used them and not be so useful to the people who haven't really contributed to the data sets. Now, let's go to the second element. This is the service supply. And this is really thinking about how to get all the vehicles into the right place and what vehicles and all the rest of it. So AI recommenders are used to integrate data from several mobility service and providers. This is also why it's so complicated. Just as my stack of paper. So this is really using AI to learn about the transport mode availability and supply, about redistribution of vehicles, but it also requires collaboration amongst several stakeholders and members, and therefore new governance models, which I'll come back to later. Just one concern I want to highlight, because we don't have all that much time today, is that one element related to sustainability is also really the high energy consumption of AI in these processes, and that is not typically included when we think about how sustainable these modes are and any of the life cycle analysis. And for the third part of this, this is the mobility system optimization. So this is really about bringing together the demand side, the user perspective, and the supply side of the vehicles. So this is kind of the matching of demand and supply. So this is kind of large-scale optimization models that sort of try to model the total supply of vehicles ahead of time based on the kind of aggregate demand that there is per day. And there are also kind of more operational AI elements where the data algorithm really determine which users are assigned to which mobility mode, depending on the more short-term availability of supply. And as part of these processes, and we already heard earlier from someone from the province, A lot of these AI systems are also kind of contributing to kind of becoming the brain of urban mobility, to integrate a lot of data sets that are not only about these shared modes, but also from the city and from public transport, etc. So it's really kind of becoming the brain of urban mobility and also becoming part of a real-time algorithmic governance. And this governance element is really something I'd like to focus a little bit more on for the remainder of this talk. But before I do so, just a super quick recap. What we did up to now, we talked about the user side, where the training data sets can be quite biased towards typical users. The supply side, where people might be nudged to use an Uber rather than cycle. And the mobility system optimization, where making a profit for all of these mobility as a service startup is at least as important to making decisions on how sustainable all of this is. So, therefore, it's really important to get our teeth into this governance issue. We'll start with the question, how are decisions around mobility taken? And this is not the kind of poldering thing I'm talking here about. I'm learning how Dutch decision-making works, and I think Brabant decision-making in particular as well. But in any case, we have multiple actors involved. We have policymakers and companies mainly in the case of mobility as a service, but also civil society organizations. And they create frameworks, they discuss, they take decisions, shape those decisions over time. They are part of a governance process. And they do that in advance usually to set out a framework that will then guide sustainable mobility, for example, mobility as a service. Hence, I put a little arrow down there. So the question is now, what happens if AI becomes part of this governance process? Algorithms make predictions, suggestions, and decisions, but those usually happen in real time. So they adopt to user choices and availability of vehicles, and rather than directly governing mobility with decisions at particular moments in time by humans, the decisions are mediated by these AI algorithms. And of course, we've seen this for a long time. People have used software, algorithms, AI for quite a while. But we increasingly see really a tendency to outsource decision-making by authorities to AI-based algorithmic governance. And we also talked earlier already about the societal implications of the human-AI integration, and I think this is one of those examples where that's really important. And especially those decisions where our limited thinking in terms of fast and slow thinking, etc., makes it really difficult for us to often take these complex decisions, for example, in the light of climate change. Now, this hybrid decision-making, that's what we call this kind of AI inclusion in the governance process. And we really want to highlight with this term hybrid governance that it takes both humans and AI to do this. So it highlights on one hand the role of AI as actor, not just a techie thing, but also the interplay between human actors and AI algorithms and how that creates new accountabilities, opportunities, but also risks for sustainability. And the performativity and real-time dimension requires co-creation and collaboration between developers, policymakers, citizens, and algorithms to really efficiently respond to these sustainability challenges. At the same time, it's really crucial that these objectives and values are decided collectively by human, private, and public actors to ensure alignment of interests and public value. I mentioned earlier that a lot of these mobility as a service platforms are at very early stages, so they're really struggling to survive financially. And therefore, a lot of the optimization algorithms are not necessarily optimized to make things more sustainable. But it is assumed that mobility as a service will make our society more sustainable. So the people who are involved in taking the decisions of what is optimized for are becoming really central here. And they often tend to be developers as well. And even if the algorithmic codes are published for policymakers and citizens, when these rules and regulations are expressed in code, only a small fraction of people, mainly computer scientists really, are able to understand them. And this lack of information and explainability for policymakers and for citizens kind of decreases their role and power in decision-making around how to move in a city, what we're going to do about climate change. So the power kind of goes more towards the algorithms and less with the people. Also something we've heard quite a lot about today. Now, to avoid this kind of what is called algocracy, where the algorithms are the power-making part of society, it's really crucial that policymakers and users gain capacity to make sense of the complexity and capabilities of AI, but also know how to co-create the objectives and values for designing these platforms. Now, it's time to wrap up. So, let's ask ourselves, what are the implications of hybrid governance for public value and for sustainable mobility? Our results show that a balanced hybrid governance approach between humans and algorithms with explicit and dynamic feedback mechanisms is required, so that public and sustainability goals are ensured. We need transparent and democratic deliberation of mobility as a service objectives. And to ensure public value, these objectives needs to be tailored to local sustainability priorities. So there's not a one-size-fits-it-all approach here. And they need to manage the algorithmic biases we talked about earlier. And most academic debates on AI and sustainability really focus on one thing or the other. They talk about how AI can be used to make things more sustainable, make things more efficient, etc. AI is going to save the planet, all of those kinds of debates. Or we talk about the sustainability of AI, so how power-hungry the data centers are, etc. And what we are hoping to add to the debate with our hybrid governance is to really think about sustainability with AI. And in conclusion, I want to open up a debate that we may be able to have here, may have to continue over lunch, because I'm also acutely aware I'm one of the two people standing between you and lunch. I have some questions for you around hybrid governance with AI, humans, and governing together. Questions about shaping our sustainable futures and decision-making. How to best care for sustainability in hybrid governance processes. How to translate policy goals such as emission reduction or accessibility into design goals of AI functionalities. How to co-create strategies for hybrid governance that allow for open trade-offs between individual, market, and public interests, especially in the light of the climate crisis. And who should be involved in all of this? Developers, policymakers, company leaders, civil society, and what do their AI skills look like? I leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frauke. Well, I think it's a very interesting story, absolutely. And what I like very much is that you end with questions. So instead of asking,
make your job easy, huh?
Yeah. Instead of asking to the audience, are there any questions? Can we have the questions back on the screen, please? I would like to ask to the audience. Does anybody want to answer one of these questions? Not with a full talk, of course, just a short answer. Is there anybody that has anything to... Yes, here, somebody on this side.
All right, good afternoon. I would like to tap on the bottom one and also talk a little bit about what I'm currently working on in response to that. So I'm part of a consortium that I am leading, best that I can, first time, which is called Deliberation at Scale. And we are trying to use AI models to make it easier for people to go into conversation together and figure out what it is that we care about. And this is kind of the process that we are working on. We built the software and the tool in the last 3 months. We did our first tests with 500 people, but this is exactly also the question that I want to get better answers in. So perhaps it could be part of an answer that you're looking for.
Well, wonderful. That also gives me the opportunity to plug that we have an innovation master at the university with wonderful graduates who create new things after they go out in the world and network and come up with new answers to our questions.
Okay, thank you. Room for one more question or answer. There, behind, I see. Oh, that's risky.
High risk. Just
High
be
risk,
aware of.
yes.
Okay, so since you talked about algorithmic governance, I was wondering what are your thoughts about using blockchain technology for governance? So, for example, decentralized autonomous organizations.
Yeah, good question. Actually, in some of my other work, I've also looked in the use of blockchain technologies related to cycling projects. For example, how it can be used for smart contracts between citizens and governments to encourage people to cycle and basically pay them to cycle, which had mixed results, I would say. But I think whichever technology we use, it really matters on how it is designed and which goals we have in mind when we do so, and to kind of continuously monitor that that is really happening, whether it's AI or blockchain or any other kind of smart something or other. I think they're all exciting, but I do think they all require humans in the loop at some point.
Okay. Thank you very much, Frauke.
Thanks.
Thank you. And now the last part of this research track before lunch, so we're not going to lunch right now yet. The last part is a very interesting talk about the world's first hybrid neuro-AI silicon computer. Please welcome Regina Lutte and Bert de Vries.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I'm just waiting for I have the screen here is okay, but not here yet.
Yeah.
Nee, ik weet niet.
The green
Moet ik
button.
hierop drukken?
No.
No, I see them working here on it. I can hold this up. Yeah, there we go. All right, so our project is called Base Brain, the world's first hybrid neurosilicon AI computer. Our goal is to learn how to program live neural tissue. By way of acknowledgement, this is our team. We are generously supported by EASY, and we have 2 PhD students, 5 faculty members across 4 departments at the TU. So it's a very multidisciplinary project. And of course, I would like to thank our team members for this work. So here, as a motivation, we just observed that 2 computers are displayed here that do about the same amount of computations. Frontier is the largest supercomputer in the world. And here's a human brain, and Frontier consumes 40 megawatts, and the brain about 10 to 20 watts. So that's about 1 million times more power efficient for a similar amount of computation. On the other hand, a regular silicon-based computer is far more programmable than the human brain. So what we try to do in this project is to make a hybrid computer, and to show that it works, we will take a simple standard task, which is a cart pole task. You have a cart, there's a pole on it, and you want to balance the pole. It's just like what you can do with a broomstick on your hand. So you have to control the pole, and you make observations. And then we have a computer, and this is a hybrid computer. And this part of the computer, well, is high programmable, high power, and this part, this is live neural tissue. We hope it's going to be, well, low power. Our goal is to take out parts that are high power consuming from the, let's say, from the silicon part, and replace it by real neural tissue. And so we will get a hybrid computer that is highly programmable and low power. Now, in order to make that work, we first have to learn how the brains work, right? Because if we want to replace that white piece by brain tissue, well, we have to learn how it works. And so then we go back to physics, because the brain, well, assumingly follows the laws of physics. So all the simple thing, if you throw a ball, what path does it take? Well, you may remember Newton's law. What is it? Force is mass times acceleration. There is in physics a higher descriptive sort of umbrella framework that says in nature energy differences of any kind are neutralized as fast as possible. This is the principle of least action. If I write that down for big things, kinetic energy minus potential energy, I can derive Newton's law. We can do the same thing for movement of small things, energy difference, and you derive quantum mechanics. You take the difference between electrical and magnetic energy and you derive Maxwell's equations, and so forth. So physicists like to put this formula, this is a Lagrangian on a mug, and say, well, this is how the world works. This is minimized in least time. That's everything that's going on in the world. So the question is, can we derive a mechanics, a physics for movement of thoughts, for movement of beliefs, for your perception, your learning, cognition, everything? And Carl Friston is a very famous neuroscientist in London, says yes, and here is the formula. That formula is the Lagrangian, and he says, that's it. That's the only thing that's going on in the brain in terms of information processing. And he derives this from first principles, from physics. It must be true. It's all that brains do in terms of information processing. The evidence for this theory pours in from all kinds of sides, from the physics, even from mathematics, from control theory, and recently also in vitro. It's been established this is really what brains do. They minimize variational free energy. Okay, so what we have been doing over the past few years in my lab, which is the electrical engineering lab, is create a toolbox that minimizes variational free energy, just like brains do. And that toolbox that looks as a graph where there are nodes, and these nodes send messages to each other. Not surprising that it looks that way. That it's very much like a model of the brain. But we didn't set out to make something that looks like the brain. We just wanted to minimize variational free energy. And this is the best way to do it. So it's not a surprise that the brain actually does it this way. And then we programmed a computer. So our computer program is implemented with this toolbox. So our controller does only variational free energy minimization and nothing else. And this is a simulation of, basically of a card. I mean, it's still in software. Of a card holding up this beam. So this is working. It's all in software. There are also things we can improve in the toolbox. We're not the first to solve this problem. We are the first to do it solely with variational free energy minimization, because we want to build something that really works like a brain, so that we can pick out a piece and say, and now we want to train brain tissue to do that. And so what we need to do is to communicate to brain tissue, let brain tissue learn how to do that and communicate back. And then if the pole stays up, then it's working. And so we've the whole system set up now to communicate between our simulation and brain tissue. This is where we're at, right? It's not fully in life working, but we are about, this is about where we are. And yeah, then I'd like now Regina, to invite Regina to talk about brain tissue, because I know nothing about that.
Thank you, Bert. Actually, I'm still wondering how AI tricked me into this project, but here I am. So we are in the mechanical engineering department. My group, Neuro-Nanoscale Engineering, works on talking with brain cells, simply put. And Bert already introduced these multi-channel systems. That is really the connecting point between what the biology is doing and what, in the end, the algorithms may do. And so how could we actually build something like brain tissue out of the body? And people in that field, obviously, they work with Petri dishes. Sometimes they work just with slices taking from animals, like this poor rat here, and they put it into the Petri dish, and they say, well, that's brain tissue, I can study it, and that's all fine. But it's not really a reliable source of doing computing, because we will need, in the end, lots of tissue. Where should that come from, right? We don't want to sacrifice animals, so there must be another way of doing it. And we have to have this way of constructing the tissue as such that it really intimately talks with the electronic system. And one of such a device is actually a multi-electrode array or microelectrode array, basically a Petri dish, small Petri dish on top of a microchip. And that is something going around like 30 years now at low-density electrode arrays. And that's actually the good starting point for us, because we really have not a clue what the signals are that the brain cells produce. More electrodes would mean even more data we don't understand, right? So we take it easy. Take it easy. We use this relatively low density arrays, 120 electrodes, and we grow cells onto it. But these kind of structures, they are essentially flat substrates. The cells adhere on it and stretch out, and they're actually under mechanical stress. We don't really like that as an environment to grow these cells outside of the body. And we looked into it, and many other people in the field now more, confound talking about the chemistry and the biochemistry. They thought we need to have scaffolds, more three-dimensional scaffolds, fibers, polymer fibers that the cells can cling to, and that does work. But that's not my field of expertise, so I thought, go back to the chip technology. Can we make something also on a chip platform which keeps the three-dimensional state of the cell, the cellular body? And can we read this out? And apparently, we can read this out with, for example, a dye, a fluorescent calcium imaging dye. And that is just the very first preliminary experiment. And then we said, okay, we have to have these interaction points, right? So we really have to know and understand where our cells are in perspective to those electrodes. Can we have guidance features? And we do these guidance features, and we look at it at that point, and then we can start connecting it to something we call maybe an AI interface or a new hybrid computer. First attempts, just very quickly, mechanical engineering means we are working with mechanical features to actually trick those cells to do what we want, right? So we make features that we can capture cells, we can guide the neurites, and we tried nanogrooves, and nanogrooves do give us an opportunity to actually help on these platforms to interact at very specific points of synapses with the electrodes. And then when we would do it on a silicon platform, it does help us to integrate more advanced computing, which I don't do on the electronics part in this project, but here's the proof that we can interact with those features of the cellular structures and the artificial material. And just take a note, this is still a primary source of neuronal cells from rats, actually, but we want to go away from it. And of course, we have a paradigm shift in this. And thanks to funding, we can now really look into a new biological perspective where we culture those brain cells from actually human adult-derived cells, right? Stem cell technology. And then, of course, there's the physics now, explained by Bert very well, that we can now do this type of computing technologies. In the computer works great, but yeah, can we now couple also this hybrid interface? And I just want to point out that it's not really a new thing, because with these primary cells, with these red cells, there were a lot of interactions on microelectrode arrays and steering little vehicles, and that was an example of a UK researcher in 2008. And now taking this paradigm shift and taking stem cells, and we can grow those cultures in a dish, first attempts 2D, we call them human-induced pluripotent stem cells, and they build their networks, and we put them also into 3D environments to make them look a little bit more like in vivo structures. And when we watch them, when we look at them, we want to read out the electronics signaling in there, and it's really a beautiful network of cells being connected, and then when you look at the electrodes, what do you pick up is this type of very noisy signal. But every spike on the signal of this trace on one electrode will give some information on what is going on in the networks of neurons, right? And that brings us together in combining now this concept with the electronics going on in the in silico platform. And with that, I thank you for your attention and come back, invite Bert to the stage.
Thank you very much. In a very short time, you made something very, at least for me, very complicated, very accessible. So my compliments for that. But I can imagine that there are still questions that, that you may want to ask them. Far away there.
I'm wondering about, because you stated that you're growing brain tissue outside of like, what is it, animal or human body. I'm wondering about like what the aim is. Is the aim to harness the computing power of the brain, or is the harness to feed like computing power that we have outside of the brain into the brain? So that's like kind of the first question. Yeah, maybe just stick with that question as the first question.
At this moment, there is no connection to the human being, right? So the energy efficiency comes from computing within the cellular network. And I think then Bert has to take over why that should save energy.
Yeah, I think, I mean, this is not meant, it's not meant that in a decade you have this computer on your desk, right? It's an investigation to, well, can we program neural tissue, and how come it's so, it's a million times more power efficient, what's going on there? So I think that those are the main goals of the project. And can we communicate to neural tissue?
Nice, okay. I understand that. Then the second question is kind of a follow-up question, because then I understand how like it can use less energy to kind of like compute things then, and that's like an interesting research field. But there was a comment made in that we want to move away from like using the brain cells of rats and mice, but then the body, like an animal body and a human body, is such a complex thing. It's hard to kind of like do research and ignore kind of like the whole microbiome and gut and whatever is in there. And I'm kind of like looking at this in the context of healthcare application and research that kind of like looks at how can we stimulate the brain to prevent diseases. Now, it's not that I necessarily enjoy that like animals are being used. I don't eat animals, but like doing research with them, I can actually see the value in them. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
So,
what is the question?
Yeah, if I understand,
so I don't know, like, is it like, cause why would we then? So for this, I can understand you want to move away, but do you also think that in general, for like the broader scope, like in healthcare, we should move away from that, like using animals in research?
That's the point. We don't want to use any animal cells any further, because now we do have stem cell technology, but they are not ready yet to actually do the task that we want them to do. So we still have to learn from all these various different systems, and also from the animals, or even from us humans, of course.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
One question.
One more question.
Funny question. But how do you feed these cells? How can they survive over time?
Oh, you do have to give them some sugar, yes.
Yeah,
so,
sugar.
So it's not a safe, sustainable system. It's not a perpetuum mobile.
Okay, so you just put sugar on them. How should I imagine that?
Well, it's medium with supplements, and yeah, of course, it needs to be buffered, and that's very elaborate in biological experiments. This is really the bottleneck, and we try in our group with chip technology also to optimize those kind of pipetting actions by microfluidics.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that can be automated in the end.
Yes, okay, very interesting. Thank you very much. Please give a wonderful applause to them. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this concludes the track for the research track for this morning. We will now have a lunch break until 2 o'clock. After the lunch break, we will continue with the tracks. It could be that you're also in the afternoon in this track. We have new speakers then. It could be also that you're in one of the other tracks. Please check your badge to see for which track you have signed up. So also for the people watching this via the live stream, we will be back at 2 o'clock, and I hope to see you then. Thank you very much.
Trust in me when I say So many things that I want what if I need jealous? You say give it to your heart, so bad, make you never wanna leave. I won't. Gonna wear that dress you like, skin tight, do my hair up real nice, and sync up at my skin to how you're breathing. I just wanna look good for you, good for you. I just wanna look good for you, good for you. Let me show how proud I am to be yours. Leave this dress a mess and I'll fall. Still look good for you, good for you. Good for you, good for you. Good for you, good for you. Trust me, I can take you there. Trust me, I can take you there. Trust me, trust me, trust me, just wanna look good for you, good for you. Baby, let me be good to you, good to you. Let me show you how proud I am to be yours. Leave this dress a mess and I'll fall. Still look good for you, good for you. Trust me, I can take you there. Trust me, I can take you there. Trust me, trust me, trust me,
Welcome back, everybody. Please come in, take a seat, so we can start with the afternoon research track. I hope you all had a good lunch, and I hope you also had the opportunity to speak with some of the speakers or other interesting people that you have met maybe during the break. So I hope it was very inspirational for you. And we will continue with this second part. So also welcome to the people that are watching this via the live stream. And in this track, we have again some very interesting speakers. And the first one that I want to invite on stage is Merel Norman, who will be telling us about AI and energy justice. Please give her an applause.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, so hi, everyone. I'll just dive right in. By show of hands, who has heard of the energy transition? Good. Who knows what it is? Okay, so I'll explain a little bit. The energy transition is one of our bigger challenges today, where we move from fossil-based fuels to more renewable energy sources. That's part of it. And that comes with certain challenges, in part because these renewable energy sources like solar and wind are a lot more dynamic, more distributed, a little bit more unpredictable. So our existing infrastructure isn't really built for that. And we have to come up with ways of dealing with these dynamics and this distributed nature of these renewable energy sources. And so, as all of you have heard of the energy transition, it doesn't surprise you, I'm assuming, that AI is also offered here as one of the promising technologies that can deal with some of these challenges. And so in recent years, I've been looking into what that means, having AI as a promising technology within the energy transition. This mostly is part of a research project called Megaminds, which is a big research project here in the Netherlands, where we're looking at AI technologies in the grid edge and how we can facilitate self-management in the grid edge as a way to facilitate that energy transition. So AI is not only proposed as a way to facilitate the energy transition, but it's also part of the digital transition. Because as we're moving to these more decentralized distributed energy systems, we're looking towards digital technologies to facilitate that. So instead of going from these big centralized coordination mechanisms and infrastructures where you can turn a knob or a button when you want to increase or decrease the energy supply in response to changing demands, we now have to find ways of doing that on in a more decentralized way, where we have to also take into consideration the dynamics of these renewable energy sources and the changing demands within the grid edge. So AI is a promising technology. It has been used and proposed as a solution for various things, like forecasting and predicting energy. Oh, you can see this here as well. Like forecasting and predicting the energy loads. It's been used to have the control behind the meter, appliances and devices like smart fridges and smart dishwashers. But it can also be used to optimize energy storage for local batteries, for instance, or maybe for electric vehicles. It's used to predict energy market prices. So there's a whole bunch of application areas where people are looking towards AI to come up with some good solutions. And so in this way, it promises to shift. It promises to facilitate the shift from centralized to decentralized energy networks, or also where I look in particular in electricity systems. But it also promises to empower citizens and consumers by enabling them to be more active participants in energy markets. it also promises to help with sustainability challenges, to reduce cost effectiveness, to increase transparency. So there's a whole bunch of promises that AI brings, which are more general, I think. But as is the case in many other domains as well, it also comes with some concerns. So things like privacy issues, these are data-hungry algorithms that need quite a lot of data about, for instance, personal households and what you do in your house in order to optimize, for instance, the demand response systems. But also transparency can also be a problem because these technologies become very complex, etc. So they can be a problem. Autonomy, how much can you still decide really about how you use your smart devices, those kinds of things. These are some of the concerns that AI brings along. Now, this is not really something special about AI. Most technologies, when we introduce them, they challenge our existing ways of doing things. They disrupt our existing norms and coordination mechanisms, and we have to come up with new ways of doing things and having particular norms for this. And as some of the other speakers will also tell you, this comes with discussions about, what values should guide those negotiations about how we want to use these technologies and how we want to build these technologies. Now, one such value that is relevant, I think, in the energy transition is energy justice. This particular principle or value, whatever you want to call it, has been gaining more attention in recent years as the energy transition progresses. And this is the idea that the changes that are now coming due to the energy transition should work for the benefit of everyone, not just the happy few, right? And so what does that mean? How can we make sure that these new technologies serve the benefit of everyone? And that means that we have to make decisions about energy and our new technologies that can be quite political, or that can that are about the cost and benefits of some. And it can also be about how we make these decisions. Does everyone have a say in this? Now, this idea of energy justice is, I think, a nice guiding principle to think about AI and how we want to implement these new technologies within the energy system. And so one way of doing that is by picking apart a little bit more what energy justice is. And a very kind of high-level distinction you can make, which is more prevalent in the academic literature, is the distinction between distributional justice, procedural justice, and recognition justice. I'll start with distribution justice. Distribution justice is, how do we distribute the costs and benefits? Easy. Procedural justice is how do we get there? How do we decide about these things? Who gets a say in how we should distribute costs and benefits? And does everyone have access to these discussions? And if you don't agree, are there ways of, objecting to it? And then there's recognition justice. This is one of the lesser known ones. This is about, is everyone recognized as a stakeholder with valid claims and valid interests and needs? Are they represented in these discussions? And are they represented well, or are we misrepresenting people? This is recognition justice. Now, these three kinds of justice help in understanding what AI means for the energy transition. And so in order to do so in this research that we've been doing, we've been looking at AI technologies within the electricity systems and asking ourselves, what are the implications if we take this idea of energy justice seriously? What are the implications not only for the use of AI technologies, but also for the design of AI technologies? And here again, it's worth pointing out that we actually have choices to make in designing these technologies. Choosing one algorithm over the other will have different consequences for energy justice. what does that mean exactly? Well, we took I found a fairly simple example, which at least I could understand, having not, an extensive background in electricity. But the example of solar panels and what to do when we have sunny afternoons and there are lots of solar panels within a certain neighborhood, and there's actually too much energy supply because there's not enough demand at certain sunny afternoons, right? So the simple thing to do at the moment is just to cut off those solar panels that are at the highest voltages points in the feeder, which means that the households or companies or businesses, whatever, at the end of the feeder are cut off every time. Now, does this seem fair? Probably not, right? We'd like to have a fair way of doing this. Now, you can use AI to do that, to find different ways that distribute the costs or benefits a little bit more equally. But what does that mean? Sorry, this is called fair curtailment. Good to know. So in terms of distribution justice, that means how will the costs and benefits be distributed across all these people with or without solar panels on their roofs. In terms of procedural justice, it means how can we be transparent about these decisions? And do we allow prosumers and consumers to actually have a say in these kinds of decisions? Or can they be represented in some way? And then recognition justice is who is recognized as a stakeholder. So are we just looking at people with solar panels on their roofs, or also looking at people that don't have a solar panel on their roof? Or are we also looking at the people in the neighborhood next to it, right? Who has a valid claim here? These are some of the more energy justice related questions. Now, how does that apply to AI? Well, like I said, different choices have different consequences. So, for instance, you can make a choice about what kind of machine learning you're going to use. Are you going to use supervised, unsupervised, or reinforcement learning? Now, I'm hoping that everyone knows what that is, or kind of learned about that today, but if you don't, some things, to give you a quick example, some machine learning algorithms, they are trained ahead of time, and some learn on the job, let's say. Now, if you train them ahead of time, that might be more efficient, for instance, or more predictable. But what happens when we introduce new households? We have to retrain the models. How much does that cost? Or if we don't retrain them, what happens to those new households? If they're learning on the job, that might be easier to have a more dynamic environment, but that might make it more complex and more difficult to understand, which will have consequences for, oops, I'm going too fast, for procedural justice. Because in choosing our algorithms and techniques, we also have to think about, can we explain it? Can we explain the decisions that are made? And can we also still make changes, right? We can perhaps get everyone to participate on how to make these decisions ahead of time while designing, but you might want to choose a technique or a model that you can actually change while it's already in operation. Because once it's in operation, people might have turn out that they don't like the way decisions are being made. And we have to make some adjustments. And this is a choice that you can make. And also in terms of the kinds of data that we use. Here, again, this has consequences for how we distribute costs and benefits. For instance, in terms of, can everyone participate if you don't have high-tech, expensive technologies, right? Some AI algorithms need certain sensors that might require extra investment, right? That might not be available for everyone that lives in that neighborhood. So these are some of the considerations that you can make in choosing how or what kinds of AI technologies you're going to use and how you're going to use them. So some considerations, indeed, are the distribution of costs in terms of individual costs, in terms of collective costs, material, but also in terms of environmental costs, right? Some choices that we're making for certain technologies require us to use a lot of hardware that has to come from someplace and that uses certain resources from other parts of the world. So it might be beneficial for our part of the world, but it might be devastating for other parts of the world. This is something that you could take into consideration as well. In terms of procedural justice, like I said, algorithmic accountability is an important one, as is the explainability of the models and algorithms that we're using, as well as decisional control. How much decisional control do the affected stakeholders have in the design stage, but also later on when the system is implemented? And then recognition justice. Who is the valid stakeholders? Is it just the people living in a neighborhood? Is it the neighborhood next door? Is it also people living on the other side of the world? So one of the terms that people tend to forget about is, in terms of stakeholders, is the non-users, people that don't, for instance, have solar panels on their roof. They might still be a stakeholder because what happens, or the choices that you're making, the consequences might have effects on the non-users. All right, then I'm coming to my last slide. To conclude, energy justice is one of the values and the principles that we can take into consideration in designing AI technologies for our energy systems. And as such, it's a helpful guiding principle that forces us to look at the bigger picture, not just at what's most efficient or most cost-effective, but to actually look at how these technologies work in the context in which we implement them and what their impacts are on the people using them and being affected by them. So it can help us guide the framing of the problem, because it points in certain directions, right? Not just the cost and benefits distribution, but also the procedural part and the recognition part. And then finally, it helps us in selecting which kind of data, which kinds of algorithms, and which kinds of models and metrics we want to use in developing these AI technologies. So my plea here is to, when you're working on AI, don't just assume this holds for the energy transition. I think this holds more general for many other application domains in which we are using AI technologies. So thank you. And I'll put the references up. I can't.
Okay. Yes, in case people want to see it. Thank you very much for this interesting talk. Are there any questions from the audience about AI and energy justice? It's a very hot topic. Yes, I see a question here.
Thank you for your talk. I would like to ask what you think is the role of academia, industry, and government and their relation in the creation of AI justice in the energy transition.
Sorry, what is the role of all these different?
Yes.
Yes.
So, and to what extent maybe can this, well, creation of justice be left up to the companies in the open market?
That's a good question. I think it's important that they work together. I think that the project that we're working in, the Megamind project, has partners from academia, industry. I don't think we have governance, but we're talking to governmental parties as well, because I don't think within academia you can really understand what's happening on the ground without actually working with the people developing these technologies and working with these technologies, and vice versa. I think academia can play a big role in making these kinds of choices more explicit and helping designers and developers navigate these complex, more ethical, societal aspects of new technologies. Does that answer your question? It's very short. I can have a lecture on this, but
Thank
for your question.
Yeah. Any other questions? One more question there.
Thanks a lot for the presentation. So you just mentioned working together or sort of with the local authorities. Can you mention a little bit or elaborate a little bit more on the impact that you are aiming to create?
Yes. So I think a lot of the developments that are happening in this area are developments that have an experimental character. Like these are local energy communities, for instance, in which people are experimenting with new technologies. And I think by working in a project like this, trying to, like I said, make the important questions more explicit and working with designers and developers as well as local stakeholders, we can get more insight into how this might work and how it cannot work. And hopefully also say something about the scalability of these kinds of new technologies. And also show that it is possible to make these kinds of decisions early on in a project and hopefully steer these new developments in a preferable way. Like I said, for me that means, you know, in an energy just kind of way that it works for the benefit of everyone.
Okay, well, thank you very much for this interesting talk. Please welcome an applause again for Merel. The clicker, please, Merel. Yes, thank you. I was getting ahead of myself. Because next I want to welcome Vlasta Sikimic, who will be talking about values and automated grant review. Please welcome her here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. This talk happened, I was invited to present here rather spontaneously, but the best things usually happen spontaneously. And I, as introduced, will discuss different values that influence potentially algorithmic grant review. Let's think about what is the challenge of the grant review. We are in this situation where we are wasting a lot of our research time writing different grant applications, but also from the perspective of the evaluators, most of us had the opportunity to evaluate certain grants, and there we notice this is really hard to predict whether a project will be successful. Here we even see the joke that for Sir Isaac Newton, maybe it would be difficult to fulfill current criteria of grant applications and grant review. The grant review is exceptionally important for several reasons, and these reasons are connected to the values of our society. The values that come into play are both economic values, then some epistemic values, meaning we want to learn from science, and in which way are we going to learn best. And we also have ethical values. So if some research might be exceptionally beneficial to learn about it, but it's still unethical, we will not fund it. Presumably, I mean, I hope so. And all those values are now assessed not only by peer reviewers, but also by the funding agencies, and the general public has a certain say in which projects should be funded and how the research should be steered. And this is one very complex intersection where we have the private and public funders, or also public funding of private projects and so on. In this setup, we are spending a lot of time on reviewing and deciding what to fund. And moreover, research is showing that there is a weak correlation between the project success and the scores that evaluators gave to these projects. That all raises questions. Can we do something better? And one approach that philosophers of science are exploring is the approach to just randomly assign funding for projects, so just to do lottery. The reason for that, there is an epistemic background for that, and it says, okay, when we want to increase diversity in science, presumably diversity is something good. Here we have a completely random procedure, non-biased one. Let's assign it by lottery. Of course, this is rather efficient, it's very quick. We just do it, it happens. On the other hand, there is certain randomness, right, in this process. And there are also the ways to defend from that. So people would say, let's have a certain threshold. Every project that passes this threshold then can get randomly assigned funding. But maybe we want to do something better, so to save time and to use algorithmic procedures for the grant review. Here, my background comes from philosophy of science, and here I will try to point out to you the reasons why sometimes maybe there is something to explore there, and more funding agencies are looking into this, but also to warn about all the ethical and epistemic dangers of going into this direction. Currently, AI is being used to find different peer reviewers. It is also used by certain teams, especially the big research teams, to structure the team. And we explored whether it can really be used to predict epistemic success. Epistemic success is how much we're going to learn from a certain scientific project. The key questions that we're going to address are the epistemic ones, so the learning potential, how much can we learn about the project success using automated tools. This is in a way a practical question, but it is related to the values of what we are tracking and also to the fact that scientific success is very hard to predict. The second question will be ethical, so should we do it? The machine learning is a very fast and cheaper method than having all the human reviewers, and kind of how reliable can it be depends strongly on the data that we have at hand. And we know that data doesn't exist without the data curation. So every data is already in a way interpreted in a certain data set. This is particularly characteristic in science, where we want, for instance, to measure the influence of a certain previously conducted project based on the citation metrics. These citation metrics need to be interpreted within a field, the reference point, right? So citations will be, citation patterns will be different in philosophy and in physics. So there are already a lot of decisions that need to be made when the data about scientific projects is gathered. Plus, keep in mind, we are all the time talking about higher level decision making, right? So about steering the whole epistemic community in a certain direction. Together with my colleague from the University of Belgrade, Sandro Radovanovic, I conducted a research on the data from the high energy physics laboratory Fermilab. This is one of the most successful and the biggest contemporary high energy physics laboratories on their previous projects. And we tried to see whether we can algorithmically predict the success of a project. The results showed moderately high accuracy, and there are reasons why this happened, and also the skepticism why this might not happen in other fields. First of all, we used limited data as inputs and outputs, and that is always a problem. What we had at hand was a repository done by physicists themselves, in which they evaluated their research, their citations based on their own standards, classified them based on their own standards, plus as inputs we had team size, team composition, project duration, and so forth. It was shown that team size mattered, and that the number of teams mattered, because it's easier to juggle with fewer collaboration partners, and that we also found a certain epistemic threshold after which investing more money, but in the sense more years in a project, stopped being worth it. This worked for one reason that we think is there. That's because in physics, these citation patterns are relatively stable and reliable. Of course, they are not 100% stable and reliable. But if we are turning already to biology, we are in a completely different situation. We know that in biology, we have something called the replication crisis. This means that a lot of results cannot really be reproduced, and even some highly cited papers sometimes get retracted. That creates a much bigger problem to use any output of that sort for these purposes. Another thing that we noticed in the literature were attempts to take data from the funding agencies across all disciplines and try to predict efficiencies, which is clearly a problem because only comparable projects should be used. There you see that already before doing anything like that, you need a lot of human intervention. So you need to go through all the data to see which projects are comparable, what should we do, how should we do it. It is not automatized by itself. The second point is that outliers had to be removed from this data set because outliers were presenting a problem in the for the algorithm, and we know that it's much harder to algorithmically capture some unobservable variables, such as motivation of researchers or the team cohesion, which is something that we would ideally like in a project. Plus, we might like even higher values that would be more complex ones, that would be like how inclusive is the project, how many PhD students will finish, what is the gender balance on this project. So our motivation for funding is highly dependent on the values that we want to promote, and not only on these citation metrics. There a human plays a role. And we have a potential predictability of the results, and that means that someone just then structures the proposals and the research teams in such a way to pass the requirements and get funding. Of course, there are technical means to defend against this, but it's still a problem. So from the epistemic perspective to this question, can we do it? Potentially, to a certain extent, it might be useful. And we know, for instance, that Volkswagen Stiftung is exploring this idea to use it when awarding different grants. But we noticed that only similar experiments should be compared, because that could cause a huge injustice to some disciplines if everything would just be piled together. And we noticed that this field-wise organization of data repositories is super important. And constant reminder that academic progress is very difficult to predict. From the ethical perspective, we notice that someone might try to have adversarial behavior, so just to win against the system, and that biases that humans make might also, we are aware of this, right? Everyone in this room is aware of this, might be mirrored through the algorithms. Finally, what I think is a very big concern, this is the data privacy concern, because this could lead to certain profiling of researchers based on numerical parameters that could influence their future career. In this context, we could have a hybrid solution. We could keep a human in the loop. So a human could be used to assess certain aspects, such as the motivation of the team or the team cohesion. This could be used as one of the parameters, or we could limit the use of data mining just to pre-screening. But there is the third tendency, which is philosophically very interesting, And it tells us, I will critically reflect upon it, it tells us the idea, let's just see and try to learn what are the preferences of the reviewers. What are the preferences of the scientists, and then apply that. We were interested in this approach to compare it, whether it would match the other efficiency measures, and our assumption is that it won't, because humans are probably rather biased, but that's to be explored. However, some people are also researching the same, thinking that this could be a good solution. There, the idea would be that all of us kind of make decisions which project is better based on some structural parameters, or which structural parameters we prefer over the others, and then just implement that. So the idea is let's pool the public opinion, but in this sense the expert opinion, and this expert opinion, but a public one, should influence our theory. In the context, we don't really need philosophers of science or social studies of science to decide about our theory, but we just pull from people and freeze it in time, right? It's not dynamically updated. We already here, so here you see this triangle, how theory is interacting with data. In this, that's what I mentioned before, that all data is already, in a sense, curated, in a sense, already went through some theory. Right? And we also now here see this connection between the theory and the public opinion. So does it make sense that the theory is just constructed based on the majority view of the public? Let me remind you of the moral machine experiment. I assume that most of you are familiar with this, right? The experiment is designed to see whether, to kind of pool the knowledge of, the moral intuitions of people across countries regarding autonomous vehicles. And here on the picture you see that's from one of the scenarios where people were responding. The autonomous vehicle can either hit the passengers, crossing the street, or the people that are in the car are in grave danger, potentially die. And here the idea was, let's see how people create moral theories, right? Or let's see what is the majority view. And the results showed that in some situations, people reason based on utilitarian principle, which is a principle telling us let's save the largest number of people, sacrificing the minority, the smaller number. But when the questions become more complex, and that's whether one would save either children or elderly people, or whether they would save doctors, because doctors are presumably in some, I mean, I don't know, that the participants answered the doctors' lives are more valuable, also answered in a sense that they would rather save children than elderly people. We know from the perspective of moral theory that this is ageism and this is discrimination, so we find it rather problematic. And in that sense, in this picture, what happens nowadays is that the theory also influences the vox populi, and there is something to theory that's not necessarily in the public opinion, right? So the theory gets informed by the public opinion, but it's not reducible to it. And to illustrate this with the example of science, in the past, women were not allowed to study or do science, and that was both the theory and the common opinion. What changed? Theory first changed and influenced the common opinion. Also, the common opinion was changing through the industrial revolutions and so forth, and was influencing the theory. So both of these things were dynamically updating and changing each other. That's why we have a great danger if we cut this link and only go from the expert opinion frozen at one time point to theory, and without any normative framework that goes back. This means that we can be in a sort of a loop, in a bubble, and this analogous problem that you are seeing that could happen when we are deciding which research to fund can also be mirrored, for instance, in the evaluation of the education. And there we also insist to have certain normative framework. What is the goal of our education is not just defined by the popular opinion, but also by our theories of what is valuable for society and also what will be valuable for society in the future. In this sense, the recommendation is that we have to monitor and update advanced digital solutions based on all of these free channels. So both from the perspective of the theory, from the perspective of the data and how the data is curated. And for that, we are looking at the dynamically updating of the general opinions, which hopefully, ideally, our society is going in some more conscious way in which takes care of more values and certain idea of a moral progress. Thus, to have advanced learning with AI in science, we need the cross-disciplinary collaborations that will engage with data-driven studies, but also have a strong normative philosophical framework, and then influence and advise policies.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting to hear how you combine the ethics and the machine learning, while most people say ethics is for human and let AI do the rest, the theoretical part. But I see that here you make a very nice combination, a very nice collaboration between those two. I'm wondering, are there any questions that you would like to ask about this topic? I see a question there behind.
Thank you. Is it working? Yeah.
Yes.
From my experience, I heard of a case of a Nobel Prize laureate who couldn't get a European Research Council grant. In this context, how important is the research per se, and how important is the story that the researcher tells? Because sometimes these are two different stories. And I think there is also an ethical problem, as long as a bunch of some others. Thank you.
There are many examples of that sort, and also I will like to share with you another one of Harald Zurhausen, who had the Nobel Prize for discovering the vaccine against human papillomavirus, which causes cervix cancer, saving so many lives. And his research was initially dismissed because his collaboration teams, first of all, it was very novel, and that's why his community was skeptical. And the second aspect was a completely biased aspect, and that was their proficiency in English. So there we see a lot of injustices that can happen. For this purpose, we do have this value that we want inclusive science, and that we want to fund diverse research. And even then, we can still make mistakes. But this diversity has a value by itself, in my opinion, and that's also something I'm working on. So thank you so much for the question.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Oh, I see two more. Okay, let's do 3 questions this time. One here in front and one in the back.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your presentation. I had a question about the AI algorithms that you trained or used or investigated to see if a proposal would be interesting enough. As you mentioned, induction, deduction is often easy for AI algorithms. Did you see any examples of abduction-based AI algorithms that could reason if such a proposal would be interesting in the future?
I must say that I didn't, but I mean, it's something to think about, so thank you for this comment that I will share with my colleagues that are more experienced in the formal stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasa, for the interesting presentation. I had a question on, I mean, you're talking also about knowledge creation and creating certain awareness. How do you see the role of the university now and in the future, also given the ecosystem that we are part of currently? So how do you see that?
I guess that this question goes in the direction whether it will become redundant or what was the...
Well, that was not my intention, but how do you see the university's responsibility also maybe as a catalyzer or how of this new ways of learning and
Yes,
the
yes.
Vox Populi,
Okay,
which
thank
should be
you.
integrated?
I think exactly that, thank you, now I got it. I think it's exactly about this too, that we have to teach people about the values and that we have to teach them to develop their skills, that they are being active, so children, but also other researchers and so on. It requires much more independence. It requires certain epistemic flexibility, so we have to teach them a lot of these epistemic skills, and in addition to that, we have to teach them also, of course, some ethical theories, but in a context that they can apply it in the situations that come ahead in this very dynamic societal changes. And there are certain attempts done in this direction to try to really build, and that's what we are also trying to work on, so to build the way how people should reason and how, like, to teach them that to be inclusive epistemically, to teach them to be open-minded. And that's a challenge for all of us, but I think something that's achievable. And yes, I assume the university hopefully will play a key role in this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you also for all your answers. Thank you. So now we will move on to the next talk, and we will move on to the field of education. And Rianne Konijn will tell us everything about optimizing human and AI collaboration in education to support learning. Please welcome her.
Wow, that's bright. Okay. Today I want to talk a bit about learning, and hopefully that is one of the main aims of you sitting here in this room, or at least I hope so, for this AI Summit, to learn something today. And my research is usually about learning and learning in higher education, so in universities, but of course learning goes way beyond that. If you think about learning, and especially lifelong learning, we see that we hopefully learn from just the moment that we are born up to, well, let's not put an end date to it, right? But we see that a lot of this learning takes place online, and also it becomes more and more asynchronous. So that means that sometimes when you're learning, you're not directly there with the teacher in a room. So you're just watching some videos, or you're listening to a podcast that might have been presented months or maybe even years ago. So there it becomes harder for a student or for you as a learner to get back to that topic, or to ask questions, or to maybe improve your learning, or to find a strategy on how to get more knowledge on that specific topic. So a big challenge is, when we are talking about this kind of learning and this lifelong learning, is how can we now use AI? Given that there are so many opportunities, how can we use that then to improve our learning? And luckily, there are already quite a bit of examples of AI used in education that show some of these advantages. And one maybe of the simplest form is a type of a learning dashboard. So in this kind of dashboards, this kind of applications, we see that we can provide learners with some information about what kind of skills they already know, but also what kind of skills they might be lacking, or if there are specific topics that they still need to learn about. Other things in these kind of dashboards that might help are some kind of predictions. So based on the kind of videos that you've watched, maybe it would be interesting if you dive a bit more into a recurrent neural network. Or maybe you would like to revisit a specific topic because it seems that you're not understanding it fully. So a lot of potential here to feed some information back to the learner about how they are doing and how they can improve what is going on. Another example of where we see AI in education is if you're talking about automated feedback systems. In this specific example, I'm thinking about writing, where students are asked to write an essay, and still, in this case, by hand, so not with the use of generative AI. They really need to do it by themselves. But then, of course, it's very time-intensive to provide feedback to all of these different students as a teacher. So an idea could be to have a system that actually already flags quite a bit of the errors that they see in their writing. And this is what these automated feedback systems can do, right? So they do not only grade, but usually they already also provide a bit more feedback about what kind of things can be improved in this case, the writing. So 2 different tools that can definitely already help us in our learning, but, and especially if you look into the literature, we see that there are quite still some criticisms about these systems. So first of all, what we see is that a lot of these systems really focus on the data. So you can say that they are primarily data-driven. We focus on, we just have data, so we just show it to you. But that actually doesn't always help learning in this case. You can imagine thinking about these kind of graphs or smartboards. That was very interesting for me in the first couple of months, but after a while, I got used to these visualizations and it did not help anymore, right? So we need to go beyond just giving or just presenting the data. A second thing is that we want to see is that we will need to make sure that if we then have these visualizations, that we also make it actionable. So it's nice to see, but we want to have some action. We want to be able to think about how we can proceed. And finally, one thing that we should not underestimate is that in a lot of these visualizations, in a lot of these feedback systems, it's not always clear for people that have a bit of lower data literacy to understand how they can interpret the data, but also how they can use them to their benefits. So basically what we see, we have all these nice systems, AI can play a huge role, but actually impact on learning specifically, so improving learning is limited. And then next to that, what we also see is that people can try to abuse these systems. We also call that gaming the system, trying to see, okay, I now know that apparently based on this system, my essay was not long enough, I just add some gibberish in the end, and then maybe I get a better grade. So these, of course, are nice ways to trick a system. They are not ways to learn. So we need to move a bit further to make sure that we can actually learn with these systems. And that's exactly what my research is about. So in my research, I try to dive into 3 different topics, or at least the topics that I will be discussing today, is how can we actually optimize these kind of systems to improve learning. And I will talk about 3 different ways to do that. And obviously, a combination of all of them would be best. Diving into things like theory-driven design, user-centered design, and also explainable AI. So let's start with the theory-driven design. Because my area of my research is about learning, it would be odd, but actually this is what often happens, that we are not diving into educational sciences. So we want to improve learning, so the first thing that we actually want to know is how do students learn? What are important kind of factors that play a role if you think about improving learning? One of these things that we often see in the literature is the use of self-regulated learning. And this is a factor that is especially important if you think about lifelong learning, because students or learners, they need to be able to regulate what they are doing and think about what are the next steps in my learning. So there's an important part where students need to focus on planning their work, reflecting on their work, and trying to change what is going on there. Another important theory, and there are many more, but I just keep it to these 2 today, is affective feedback. So a lot of these systems, they give something back to the student. Well, in educational terms, we often call that feedback. And we know a lot about what kind of feedback works well and what kind of feedback doesn't. So in this case, we also need to consider these kind of practices if we try to give information back to the student. So one example of one of my research where we wanted to see, okay, how can we then give this kind of data back to our students and in a way that we represent these kind of theories that we know from educational sciences. So in this case, we collected all kinds of data from students interacting with the learning management system. So the system that we're using at a university is Canvas, and a lot of students just click around there, download some materials, watch some videos, maybe post a question on the discussion forum. There's quite a bit of interaction, and you could even say learning happening on these online systems. So in this project, what we try to do is give some of that information back to the students. So based on your interaction so far with the learning management system, how are you doing? What is your average grade? Are there specific kind of things that you've missed? Are there specific deadlines coming up? And in this dashboard, we made sure that we focused on supporting self-regulated learning. So we made some specific parts that really focus on planning, but also some specific parts that focus on reflection, just to help the students see, okay, how can I now improve my learning and how can I actually act upon these data? So so this is just one example of showing how we can then use theory-driven design to improve the impact of these kind of AI systems. Another thing that we need to think about is when we are giving these tools to students or our users, is that of course they need to be able to work with it. And one way to do that can be to use user-centered design. And the important thing is there that you identify what the specific stakeholders are, what they want to do with the system, how they will work with the system, and so on. So a common solution then would be to have different types of design cycles. We used to call it iterative design, where we, together with the users, start to develop a system, improve upon it, test it, iterate, and so on and so on. So this is what I did in one example for teachers, where we were interested, can we give teachers a bit more feedback on the different kinds of writing, the different kind of assignments that their students make, just so they see what are common errors. Are there specific kind of things that I need to pay more attention to in my class? Are there specific students that really struggle and that might need some extra attention? So in this case, to create this teacher dashboard, we were really interested in, okay, what are the current practices for teachers in terms of providing feedback? Because that could help us to see, okay, what do we then need to bridge and what kind of help can an online tool provide to make the teachers more effective in their teaching. So in this case, we started several co-design sessions where teachers actually started to interact and try to play with different types of visualizations with a specific focus on, okay, based on these kind of visualizations, how can we now assure that they're actually actionable and that teachers will do something with the information and that it doesn't end somewhere in their trash bin after a day because I felt, okay, it's nice, but I don't continue with it. So as an example here, what we saw that a lot of the teachers were interested in were basically two types of activities. And the first one was focusing on more class comparisons. So overall, the whole class, are there kind of common errors? Do we see some things that we need to work on in our classes? And another example was based on more the individual comparisons. So there they felt like, okay, it would be interesting to see that there are two students with two completely different approaches to the writing assignment, or two different approaches to how they go about writing a specific essay, and then they can actually perhaps learn from each other. So what if we give that then back to the student and they learn from their peers? So two examples where they really already envisioned the actions, and from the actions we went back trying to make sure that we actually created a tool that helps teachers with getting to these types of actions. And then the third topic that I wanted to talk about is, or solution basically to make the AI more effective, is the use of explainable AI. So what we often now see in education is that teachers or students don't really understand what is going on in the system, and therefore also not usually use it in an optimal way. So we actually want to explain what is going on, but in a way that it can improve their understanding of the system, but especially also things like trust or their reactions upon the system. And the interesting thing is if you think about education and we explain what is going on in, for example, an automated feedback system, you can already also see that as a form of feedback to the student again. Because the system explains, okay, I gave you this specific grade, and then the student, because of this reason, and the student might think, okay, but that then also means that these are the reasons why my essay was not good enough. So in this case, the explainable AI does not only help students understanding the system, but it might also help them in understanding the things that they did wrong. So if we think about explainable AI in education, we actually see that it's not used that often. The empirical evidence is super limited. I just want to show two state-of-the-art examples that we have now. So imagine yourself back as a long time ago where maybe some of you learned some graph theory, and you would get a kind of, at some point you would get a hint showing, okay, maybe some additional explanation on how to change this exercise. So you might then wonder, why did I get this hint? Why does it pop up now? Do you think I'm not a good enough student? And so on and so on. So here, then, explainable AI might look something like this. And interestingly, if you go further in the paper, actually it goes on a bit like this. And I will not ask you to read it, but maybe think if you are a student, will you read all of this? Will you understand all of it? So this is maybe a bit of a bridge too far, right? So there is quite an interesting play where we need to see, okay, what then do we need to explain to the students? Another example of an automated essay scoring system that gives some kind of grades on different kind of rubrics, maybe about your idea, about your structure, and a specific explanational system, this case based on SHAP values, looks like this. Just give you a couple of seconds, type this in. So basically, if you would read this graph, you would see apparently word count is one of the most important features. And then the next important feature, it's HDD 42 something something. So maybe you can already understand that also this is maybe not the solution for a student, right? I have no idea what is going on here. I have no idea how to improve my essay based on this. Maybe I know because apparently word count is super important, so I'll just make it longer. But there we are at the issue where we are talking about correlation, right? Not causation. So the fact that word count was an important factor doesn't mean that just adding more words to my essay makes it a better essay. So here we see that for these kind of explainable AI systems, we actually dive into the same kind of circle that we've seen before. We need to focus on theory-driven design, but also on user-driven design to make sure that we actually use these kind of explainable AI systems in a good way. So if we dive into that, we want to know what do we then need to show to the students and how. First, a bit of user-centered design or evidence from a user experience design is basically similar as what I showed before. Dive into the needs of the users. So in this specific example, we see all these different kind of questions that students or users might ask, and that explainable AI might help them with. We can think about the kind of mental model that a student already has about the specific system, and what is then the gap? So what is kind of the missing information that we need to add to make sure that a student actually starts to understand how the system works? If we then dive a bit further into theory, we actually know quite a bit from the social sciences in terms of how people make explanations and what kind of explanations are helpful to them. Think, for example, the case that explanations need to be selective. So we do not want to show everything at once. And we also see that not every explanation works the same for every user. So there's no one size fits all. We also see that explanations actually usually is a bit of a social encounter. So if you try to explain something to one of your peers, there's usually a bit of interplay going on. You're going back and forth. So even in these kind of explainable systems, we would like to see some interaction going on there. Another example of good explanations would be to make it contrastive, because that's usually how we like to think. That makes it easier to contrast these things to understand what is going on. And finally, of course, we need to have some truthfulness in there. This is actually a kind of a bit, there is quite a bit of research debate, because then how truthful do you need to be, right? Sometimes just a bit of an abstraction that's not completely the truth might still have a very valuable way for the student, because it just is a bit more abstract and just does not go into all the little details and all the little depth. Another field that we can draw some insights from is from decision theory. So actually, if we think about humans, what we know is that humans do not make rational decisions. We are no rational decision makers. We just don't have the time, usually, to make rational decisions or to outweigh all the different costs. But usually we use some kind of heuristics, some quick and dirty ways to come up to a decision. This also means that these decisions come with some biases, or could mean. Because we make them in a quick way, sometimes you just cut some corners here and there to come to a specific conclusion. And this is also an important thing if you think about users needing to make a decision based upon their AI. So we need to ensure that the explainable AI goes away in where we avoid these kind of biases to be happen, where we make sure that we cannot dive into these holes where we just see the same explanation over and over again and then just believe that it's true. And then we start to think and do not really put our calibrated trust into the system. So these are just a couple of insights from theories that can help us making these kind of explanations more helpful, in this case specifically if we think about the educational context. So if we try to wrap all of that up, we actually see that in this case, in an educational session, especially if you think about explainable AI, there is just no one-size-fits-all solution. We really need to think about what is the goal of our specific tool or of our specific explanation. What is the context? So is it about specific kind of courses? Do we want to know something about learning? Do we not want to know something about writing? Goes deeper into that. And there are a lot of characteristics of the user that are important to take into account. So these are all these different things that we need to test to see what kind of explanations work well in what kind of cases. And there we can also see that these kinds of more iterative systems or more systems that can change across the user might be more beneficial. And that is something that I will be working on at least in the upcoming years with the NWO funding. Just as a take-home message, if you want to improve your learning with the use of AI, of explainable AI, well, the first thing that I actually did not talk about, but that I just assumed that was there, is having good data, good models, something that works. Because if you don't have an appropriate model, of course, it does not make sense to explain it. So we need to start with something that works, and luckily we have a lot of examples, actually, that works very well in education. The second step is we need to think about, okay, what do these data actually mean? So put them into the context of a specific course, put them in the context of a specific learning line that you have maybe over time. The third thing is understanding what users might need and make sure that you can actually action or act upon the data. And the final thing is focusing on some effective strategies. So based on theory, know what works and what does not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on this topic? Because I have one for sure. Is there anybody else that wants to ask a question? Ah, here.
Yeah, thank you so much for the great presentation and for super interesting research. I was wondering, so you pointed here out that the students get demotivated if they don't fully understand these interventions and tasks. And when we come from the motivational theory, so like I mean, some thoughts from your side that we kind of give them some positive feedback or something that would motivate them more, or what do you think can that be achieved?
Yeah, for sure. So from motivational theories, we know actually that it is important for students to be motivated because that also improves their learning. And if we take that back, for example, in feedback creation, what we usually want to see is provide students with some feedback that they can relate to, or some feedback that they actually can attain, or make sure that we focus on learning materials that they feel are related to them, but also that are not too advanced. Because if students don't feel that they have some challenge, they are not motivated. But if actually the challenge is too big, they also do not feel motivated. So these are indeed also quite a couple of theories that we can use and play a role if you think about creating these kind of AI systems. If you think about personalized learning or more adaptive systems that actually tailor to the levels of the students, and then we can assure more that students have good motivation in their learning as well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Oh, many questions, I see.
Well, not so much a question, but just an idea. I was thinking about, I like to play chess at chess.com, and for me that's a wonderful environment where there's also training programs and you have a clear defined learning score. And I was thinking, can you perhaps also work together with software of chess.com or Duolingo for the language, that's perhaps an environment with a lot of data, and you can perhaps tune in and get free data for doing the wonderful research and having some variations in support, learning support, and see what works best.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the suggestion and also the comment. So I see one thing in there that you're talking about more gamification a bit, right? If we have some goals or some scores, we usually like to learn a bit better. So we see that use of gamification as a good example in learning. And definitely all of these systems actually these days collect data. And definitely from educational technology or companies, they're really interested in to see like how can we utilize this data. Sometimes a bit more from a more profit perspective. So how can we ensure that the learners stay on longer? I usually want to make sure that they learn, but sometimes there is a bit of a combination there. Yeah, thank you.
I saw some questions in the back.
Thank you for an interesting presentation. I was wondering about the users, the target audience you have in mind, because I see you have executed some sessions with teachers, and you start your story by explaining self-regulatory learning. So who are in fact your users? Are those the students or the teachers?
Yeah, both. So this really depends on the project. So mostly I'm working with students in higher education. So that was also one of the first examples that I showed with the Canvas dashboard. But teachers are obviously also a user, because if you change something on the teacher side or the course side, that then hopefully also improves the learning for the students in the course. So both students and teachers are important stakeholders, but actually if we go further than that, we also see policymakers, educational policymakers, or people that are experts in course design, or so it is broader than that. But my focus is on both students and teachers in that sense. Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yes, I see one more question there in the middle.
Hi, very insightful presentation. You rightly mentioned that visualization tools are like not so effective, but we see more like plethora of more BI tools and more such graphical dashboards. My question is, what, in your opinion, would be a good visualization tool, if not just graphs, pie charts?
So good example. So you're focusing a bit like on the graphs, and then I feel a bit more on business analytics. So maybe even just getting the numbers out to see like how many students are there in the course, are they doing well? But if you're talking about improving student learning, things that might very much help is give the students something to reflect on, but also a step that they can take next. So, okay, based on my scores so far, I'm apparently lagging behind. What should I do now? Or what are steps that I could take to figure out what I need to do now? So one important thing is there, of course, if we are too prescriptive, then we get away from the self-regulated learning behavior, right? So we want to give them just the tools that can help them to act upon the data and go on, but not too much that they are not learning by themselves anymore. Yeah.
Okay.
It can still include pie charts and things like that, by the way. Yeah.
Final question.
I see that the whole research and studies which you are doing is focused on the process and very much dependent on the grades. But do you also challenge the grading system as the system which is actually not really good for the motivation of the intrinsic learning?
Yeah, very good question. I really don't like to grade on a product, actually. And these days, if you talk about generative AI, it doesn't also make sense to grade on the product, right? We can just have someone else create the product for us. It's more important what students are doing, and it's what is in the process and how they get to that final end product, and how they critically reflect on what they get from different kind of tools. But there, it is more complicated to assess the process as well. I do feel it's a direction that we need to dive into, but yes, it's of course easier to just hold a multiple choice test in the end to see if students learn something. But I feel the learning is more in the process than in the end product. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting talk. Thank you. Please an applause again. We will now continue with two PhD talks again. And the first one that I want to ask on the stage is Olaf Adam, and he will talk about moving beyond the prompt.
Hi.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Yeah, this is on. All right. Hi. Imagine some AI-enabled technology is over there. Now, there's three things I can ask you about it. What does it look like? What does it do? And how do we interact with it? Now, I'm personally fascinated by how we communicate our knowledge and understanding of things, and in my research I explore new ways to use and interact with AI-enabled technologies, specifically in ways that go beyond the scope of our personal devices. So, if we ask ourselves, what does AI look like, we often get something like this. Some humanoid robots, some digital brains, or some visuals with a chip that says AI. So what that does is, if we ask ourselves, what does it do and how do we interact with AI, it results in limiting ourselves to human-AI interactions that are defined by the way that we interact with each other as human beings. What that means is we ask something or we give a command in order to obtain a result. Now, of course, this is not just because of how we interpret AI, it's just how AI works, right? We give it some input, a bunch of machine learning tied together, compute things, and then we get to some output. In fact, this is actually just the interactive loop that underlines human-computer interaction. Now, that works perfectly fine for single-user devices, right? It's back and forth between human and computer. But what that means is that also most AI-enabled tools are accessed through personal devices. So devices that are designed to cater to individual activities, user needs, and preferences, and are not optimized for in-person, multi-user collaborative contexts. So yeah, this works. You can see like this interactive loop of input and output coming together. But then let's think about like a multi-user in-person context. So let's think about in-person meetings. Now, the power of in-person meeting is that it enables us to better communicate and reach common grounds. So the last thing you want somebody to do during a meeting is go to ChatGPT and prompt an AI and to get results. Because if anything, that's a meeting that could have been an email. And now let's reflect on in-person meetings, for example, just meetings in general. I mean, aren't they just great? They're really collaborative endeavors in which a lot of progress is made. And of course, this is because our personal devices support us so well in collaborating, because we get to take our personal notes, and then we send that to the secretary, and then this person has to interpret those notes and create meeting minutes, and then 2 weeks later you receive them, and they just make sense. Yeah, and then really they just like, I mean, it keeps you focused in like the moment and the task at hand. Sorry, I just got an email. Let me quickly reply. Now, as you can see, personal devices are nothing but a distraction when it comes to in-person communication. So this works, but this doesn't. And if so, how do we then integrate AI into collaborative settings? How do we avoid the distraction of personal devices and move beyond the prompt? Because what we're kind of looking for is something like this. But then, yeah, what does AI do here? And how do we interact with this? Now, in order to answer those questions, we have to reimagine how we imagine AI-enabled systems. So let's try that together then, shall we? So in the context of in-person meetings, and we put personal devices out of the equation, so I guess we need some sort of shared screen. So voila, share screen. Now I'm collaborating with you guys, but I mean, this obviously doesn't work, so maybe we need to position it in a place that works better so we can face each other. Say, a tabletop system. Then we can ask ourselves again, so what does AI do here? Well, maybe if we like talk, it listens to the conversation and then generates a bunch of post-its. And then how do we interact with it? Well, we can use it to create a mind map or like arrange it in a way that works for us to understand each other. Or maybe we can even pick it up and stick it to the wall. Now, I'm still working on the last part, but that's actually the system that I built. And I decided to name it Collegal. So in simple terms, Collegal is an interactive tabletop system that is AI-infused and leverages natural language processing to enable collaborative note-taking in a tangible manner. Now, as you can see here, this is what it looks like. I don't know if the lights can go down, maybe. So here you see people collaborating using Collegal. So basically, how it supports collaboration in that it immediately gives them the content of their conversation. It reflects the content of the conversation. It extracts parts from this conversation and posts it onto the screen as post-it notes, which is now played at 8 times the speed. And all it's left to do for the users is just to take an item and put it in place. And then they can use this to organize their ideas and structure their thoughts. So that's already pretty neat. But this also enables us to kind of create outputs and documentations that go beyond just like one snapshot of meeting minutes. We can actually store the whole collaborative process. And what's also interesting is now it's just stripped to this very core idea of like a white background and post notes flying around. But what happens if the background is a map and we're trying to do infrastructure planning? What if it's a business canvas model and we want to create like a business idea? So there's a variety of use cases that you can kind of use this. Now you might ask, Olaf, what does this even remotely have to do with AI? That's an excellent question. See, the interesting part is that the outputs that you create in using Collegal is in fact a topic model. Also, it collects that underneath, but It's a map of words that can be vectorized and encoded to enable the integration of pre-trained generative transformers, also known as large language models. And as such, by coupling physical artifacts and natural language, Collegal offers a way that we can tangibly interact with AI and fits to kind of the language models that we use now to create things. So that's pretty cool, at least in my opinion. But that's only one way that we can use natural language processing and leverage it to enable new forms of AI interaction. So yeah, now we're coupling natural language processing to physical artifacts, and then we get to a tangible form of human AI interaction. But before we can explore new forms, we have to understand how natural language processing is actually leveraged. I'm just going to say NLP from now. How NLP is leveraged. And also what this means for interaction, or like for human AI interaction, and specifically the purpose of human AI interaction. So basically how natural language processing is leveraged is that we, rather than using explicit interactions to provide inputs and then generate an outcome, we use NLP to continuously provide inputs to the system implicitly, by which we continuously get outputs. So it's just a continuous stream of in and out. And what does this mean for interactions? Well, then we have our hands free, then we have our mind free. So the only thing we have to do now is see what is being generated. So we can employ AI to generate a variety of things here. It's just determined by how you sample basically the transcription and what kind of interactions you couple to what kind of components of the transcription you take. And what this does for the interactions, if you have like an AI maybe generating specific images over a whole range of images, or just samples of code blocks, you use explicit interactions to curate and guide the AI-generated outcomes. So we implicitly provide input to create things, and we use explicit interactions to curate what is useful. And just like that, we move beyond the prompt. Thanks.
Wow, thank you very much.
Wow.
It's a very interesting talk.
Thanks.
Very to the point, very clear, very interesting topic. Does anybody have a question about this? It's hard to see with the light. Yes, I see a hand there in the back.
It is difficult to see, yeah.
Yeah, it is difficult to see here.
Thank you. I really enjoy the concept you've developed. Why is it on a tabletop? Why is it not like a bit nerdy perhaps, but like Jarvis, who is listening in like in the Iron Man movies and then contributes to the conversation live without being asked to do that even?
Yeah, good point. The original idea and the concept in my mind was actually to just have holograms pop up. So I speak and I have a cloud of words alongside of me, and I walk about my day and I have it. But at some point you have to step back into something that is actually feasible and realizable, so you can then show the idea. So ideally I'd have that, not necessarily always with like the agent form in which you ask questions, although having a mix between both I think is like a great outcome. So yeah, might have been an inspiration, like unknowingly, but fair point. It's just to like, yeah, have something feasible.
Yeah, love the
Step
concept. Thanks.
Other questions? I thought I saw another hand before, but now I don't. No. Ah, that's somebody calling. Are there any other questions? Yes, one question here in front.
Yeah, you were going a bit quick in explaining your concept, and then you were talking about physical artifacts. Can you elaborate a bit more? What is the physical artifact in your concept?
I'll go back to the video then, if the button works. I don't think, yeah. Aha, yeah, okay, there we go. So here basically the blocks that are being placed on the table are then the physical artifacts. I have to click back again for it to
What
play.
do they do? what do you do by placing a block? What does it mean?
Yeah, thank you for asking that also. Maybe I didn't elaborate. So basically, when you put the object onto a post-it, it basically becomes the post-it. So you can see that the content that it's like on the post-it before is now rotating around the item to show that it's like tied together.
I cannot see that.
Yeah, maybe a bit. Yeah, it's difficult to see, but that's basically the physical artifact. And now I built this using a depth sensor, so you can basically use any artifacts. Now I just used the simplest form, but you could also use your coffee cup or just like, maybe like a figure of a person to show like this is a person with tasks that you then assign by moving it around and collecting post-its.
Okay, thank you.
Great question, thanks.
Okay. Any further questions? Yes, I see another question there just behind you.
When are we going to see the startup, Colleagual?
Startup? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm an academic by heart. I just build stuff and then I leave it to you guys to put it in place. I just want to explore and build cool things, yeah.
Okay, then maybe someone here wants to try.
You can hire me as a consultant though. That's where I get the bag.
Okay. Yeah, this is also a networking event, so take the opportunity. Okay, are there any further questions? Well, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation.
All right.
Okay, thank you. And now I would like to welcome Pei Yinglin on the stage because he will be discussing our respectable creative non-human partner in textile. Here you are.
Yes,
an applause, please.
Yeah, so before I start, I would like to ask the audience who knows how to knit. Can you raise your hand?
Ooh,
okay.
Wow.
And then the second question is, how many of you recognize a piece of knitted textile on your body? Like, can you raise your hand? So some of you might not be aware, like almost all the textile you are wearing right now on your body that are stretchable are knitted. So what is knitting? Knitting is basically using a strand of yarn and you form loops, and these loops interlock each other. So my study is actually how human and AI can collaborate on textile making, and particularly on knitting. So since there are not so many people who knows how to knit, and probably even less people who have the experience of knitting with machines, I want to explain what happens. So basically with knitting, you have a different direction of the yarn loop, and by having different direction, you can form different shapes. So as you can see, I'm wearing knitting all over me. With my skirt, it has pleat, but it's only one kind of material and one kind of knit, but in different direction. That also happens during the process of knitting, but sometimes with different yarn, like you can have the same kind of yarn, but different color, it can also perform differently. And sometimes your knitting machine, and like sometimes your 3D printer, can go angry and doesn't want to knit, and everything just stuck together. That happens all the time. So it's always like for a craftsman or for a designer, textile designer, in the process of making, you really have to listen to the material and really see why is it happening. Sometimes some error happens, and as a textile designer's language, they call it surprises. So they try to implement those surprises and create new things out of it, new textures, new patterns, or things like that. So for a designer, you're already trying to implement that. So what if we bring AI into this process? And you might already see a lot of examples of people using Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, where they generate interesting images, where these images have interesting context. So I'm also looking for a similar thing, where how the AI can integrate in this process of textile making, and instead of trying to optimize something or trying to find existing patterns, it suggests new concepts, new combinations. And because of all the problems I've mentioned before, that it's very sophisticated, so I see the whole system as assemblage. So this assemblage collaborate together, and they create textile. And the textile tells the story of the assemblage. And because of these sophisticated codependent element. I see the whole system as a complex system. Complex system means that you cannot deduct it, so you cannot make it simpler, and you have to study it at that level of sophistication. What's interesting about it is that sometimes new characteristics emerge from there. So I'm looking at the emergence of new characters. In order to able to study that, together with research in the industrial design department, we have hacked a domestic knitting machine that was built in 1970s that take a punch card. So punch card is a card that has holes, and it contains the information of a pattern. So we hacked that, and we have a hardware that can connect to the knitting machine, but also to the computer. And then I built an interface on top of that where you can select the patterns or each single needle on the interface that's built. So that allows you to have a much shorter feedback loop between knitting. So you can immediately create one line of pattern and then knit it immediately. So you can see how the material perform, and then you can also see how the machine perform. And then from there, the AI system is connected to the system. And because it's a complex system, so there are a flow of informations. So if you see it as an ecosystem, then you can imagine that you have the entity of human, you have the entity of textile, you have, material, and then you have the entity of the machine. And the AI coming into this system, it has to speak the language of these parties, and it's nonverbal. So from there, I also study what kind of language do the knitters use, which including the materiality of the yarns, the type of yarns, the stretchiness, the drape, and all these embodied information. So it also challenges what is the necessary information within the data that we need for these kind of generative AI, because the current design field are widely using Stable Diffusion or Midjourney for generating new patterns. But the problem is it's very visual-based and doesn't have the embodied information. So it often creates images that's not actionable for textile designers. So I'm tackling into that and trying to build up a new database, and which, along with that, integrating the AI system to it, this is one of the early exploration that I'm using the evolutionary algorithm to generate what hybrid existing patterns and to see what kind of new patterns come out of it, and also trying to knit it, which, as you can see, some of the errors happen on the top one, that it becomes unknittable. But somewhere in between the unknittable and the knittable, there are some interesting patterns emerge from there, and where these patterns are hopefully in the system that I'm building in process will be implemented further for the designers so we can really co-create with the AI. So this is an AI-generated image of a Midjourney's interpretation of how human and textile and AI and machine can have a small ecosystem. So my goal is trying to create a complex system that's resilient and vibrant, that can generate as much more idea as possible, that allows the designers to explore the creative space much more efficient and perhaps also much more personalized, because you will be creating the database while you are also making your design choices. And we all know that designers have a very personal approach in their practices, and that makes a designer distinctive. So this is my research right now, how to enhance it, how we can collaborate with AI and really help human and AI grow together. So yeah, here is my information. If you have any questions, you're welcome to contact me, chat with me, or ask right now. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting lesson. I don't know how to knit, but if I see this, it sounds so interesting, together with AI, to start knitting. Thank you very much. Are there any questions that you would like to ask? There, sorry.
Yes. Yeah, very interesting. I was just thinking about job shops problems in industry, where you have a lot of machines. It's complex, long routings, and it's all about on-time delivery, having the resources well used. I was just thinking, perhaps that's also a concept of knitting, of trying new patterns and see what works and what does not work. So is there perhaps an application of your thinking, of your research, to optimize production, routing problems?
Well, not necessary, but in a way, yes, but not directly. So I took some courses that's really related with the industry where they would do, like it's a knitwear developing studio, and they take cases from famous designers, and then they do the design for them and then put it into production. What happens in this process is very often the designers don't know how to knit or they don't prototype. They just send them an image and say, can you try to do that for us? And a lot of costs come out from there, because if you don't know the technique, you haven't experimented, then your imagination with what's achievable will have a bit of distance, and very often you need to use a lot of things to improvise it. From there, once it goes into production, then there's more waste. So my goal is actually how you can explore and ideate much faster, but also more producible in a way. Because then you're really ideation on the machine, then it makes this distance between the technique, actual technique, and the more like the designery ideation part much more closer. And also by bringing it together, then you're not trapped in this very image-oriented way of thinking, and that allows you to explore more structural, material possibilities. Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, this actually reminded me of this experiment that there was with AI composing music. And when the musicians really read the musical notes, they found out that it couldn't be physically played by humans. And this is what this reminds me of. And at the same time, I'm also thinking then, you're probably familiar with DeepMind, Alpha DeepMind playing Go. And because of what happened there, of what the machine learning learned there, we as humans started playing Go in a different way. Does this also mean that we could start developing new knitting techniques because of what AI is going to teach us?
Possibly, because even with my early experiment of trying to mutate the patterns, I already see some patterns that are so sophisticated that I won't think about it. And I tried it with some other textile designers, and they also have that expression. So the human perspective is indeed different from the machine perspective. Yeah. So potentially, yeah, we might be changed, and you also see the aesthetic change because of like stable diffusion and mid-journey influencing the graphics designers.
Absolutely, we have to learn to think out of the box to start you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and now for the final talk of this afternoon, I want to introduce you to Gerard Schouten and his research talk about creating impact with trustworthy AI. Please give him an applause.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So I am between you and the break. So I try to finish on time, but I just heard that I have some additional 10 minutes, so it will be 10 minutes after 4, I try to finish. And the second thing, I will try to make this talk as interesting as possible and prevent you falling asleep. So today you heard a lot about the economic value and the societal value of AI. And in line with the first talk of this session, I will, my talk is about the environmental value of AI. And I will argue and I will show that this is also important for humanity. And the particular case that I will discuss in depth is about, can you use AI to monitor wildflowers? Let's move on to the next slide. Yeah. My name is Gerard Schouten and I lead the Fontis Knowledge Center on Applied AI for Society. I also lead the research group AI and Data at Fontis ICT. and I'm a guest researcher at the Naturalis Biodiversity Center. So I have 3 roles, and in this work, all these 3 roles are combined in the work that I will present today. My interests are in the area of AI and data, of course, I would say, but also very much in can we use AI to create these kind of transitions. So the outline of the talk, in the introduction, I talk a little bit about how to bend the curve of biodiversity loss, and especially can AI play a role in this? Next, I will present the Eindhoven wildflower data set. It's a quite unique data set that will be published soon as an open data set. It contains a lot of photographs of 1 square meter of ground, taken in different areas in the city, but also outside the city. And these photos are trained to do monitoring of wildflowers automatically. And after that, I present its kind of preliminary status, but I present the flower power model, the data-centric model that we have right now. And then we move on to a slightly more abstract topic of how to support transitions with AI. I have a small model for that, and I also apply that to this flower power case. And finally, some conclusions and a future outlook. As you all know, probably climate change and biodiversity loss are really 2 sides of the same coin. You can see that in the visualization on the right. So the lower part is just the average temperature on Earth in the latest 50 years. And the graph above is mined from all kind of open data sources, the amount of species that have been recorded, and there is a strong relation between the 2 graphs. And we know that plants, for instance, or particularly plants, trees, they store an enormous amount of CO2. So if we destroy habitats, natural habitats, that means we take away a big climate regulator. Other functions of biodiversity are, for instance, that it provides food, medicine, building materials, but also takes care of coast protection. Biodiversity is essential for our health. Nature helps us to relax and to feel well. Nature, plants, and especially bacteria, they purify water and soil. And they do that for free. And last but not least, many plants and animals, they also have an aesthetical and a cultural value. But there is also a big difference between biodiversity and climate change. And by now we understand the physical and chemical processes that cause climate change. But for biodiversity, this is certainly not the case. We do not fully understand how species interact in an ecosystem. So we need to learn a lot about that. And another difference is that climate change, we have a number, tons of CO2, and that's really a single number, and we can target on that. This figure of merit, we don't have such a figure of merit for biodiversity. So in order to better understand ecosystems, we need to collect a lot of data. So we need large-scale monitoring. And we also need programs to develop essential biodiversity variables. Let's say a KPI system for biodiversity. But that's not all. When we really want to bend the curve, we also need to create awareness and to create behavioral change of us as people. And we also need, at the policy level, we need governmental actions and policies that help to create this. A few fun facts about plants, or about let's say plants, yeah. worldwide there are about 350,000 species. And it's maybe interesting to note that the best AI system yet can distinguish about 50,000 species. So it's not feasible to build a system that can help us in recognizing all those species yet. And in the Netherlands and Belgium, we can do so because we only have about 1,800 species. Wildflowers and insects are really mutually dependent on each other. There's a lot to do about insect decline. If plants are doing well, insects are doing well, and vice versa, so they are really connected. And therefore, plants also come with nice colors and shapes to attract the insects. And maybe the most important fact is that if you look at all life on Earth, let's say our biosphere, you see in a wave that the plants are far a big majority, and we humans only have this very low part in the right bottom corner, so there's a lot of potential to store CO2 at least. What can be the role of AI in this? Oh, I go back 2 slides. I want to say that especially in large-scale monitoring, AI can be very helpful. And also in creating these essential biodiversity variables, AI can also play an important role. What we have right now is we have a couple of apps that are pretty good in recognizing plants, mushrooms, birds, or they can detect from sound or from images. But usually, when you need to take a close-up picture of a flower or of an animal, and then the app can tell you what you see. But we have no current tools for measuring biodiversity or really monitoring biodiversity. That means applications that can both identify and count in a reliable way. So we started to work on this a couple of years ago. And the first thing we did was collecting a lot of images in a standardized way. From 2-meter height, we took images of 1 square meter of ground like this, where some plants are present and also some grass or other things. In total, we have now over 2,000 images. They are all high-resolution images. And we have about 175 plants in the data set. And it covers 3 seasons. Here's another example. So all photos are taken in the wild, just as you walk along the roads or in the meadows or whatever. We collected in 5 different landscape types: wetlands or marshes, grassland, cropland, roadsides, and also urban green areas like parks. Many images, they have, as you could see here, multiple species in one image. So the big blue flowers are marsh orchids, and the small yellow ones are buttercups. So the task of the AI would be, can you not only recognize these species, but can you also give me numbers, how many are present? Flower recognition or flower counting is not an easy problem. Sometimes I think it's more easier to have a medical use case or a autonomous driving use case. And that's because the background of all these images, they are very cluttered. It's a messy background. It's hard to distinguish the objects from the background, first of all. But maybe the most challenging thing is that flowers are no stable objects. So they open up, they flower a couple of days or maybe 1 or 2 weeks, and then they wither. And that means the objects change all the time, and you have very young flowers that are just open or that are at the end of the life cycle. So the AI have to take this into account. And the other thing is occlusion and damage of the flowers. Occlusion is, for instance, with umbel-like flowers, schermbloemen, which are big. They can overlap each other for a great deal, as in the right top image. You see umbel-like flowers that overlap, and then it's hard to count, especially. And last but not least, and this is the case with many biological data sets, there's huge imbalance in the data. It's also called long-tailed distribution, so you have a few species that are very common and that are typically overrepresented in the data set, and you have many species that are rather rare, and you only have them with a few instances in the data set. So you have to take care of that as well. Let's move on with the model part. The first thing to do is select the right model. Definitely, the major requirement is that we want to support this monitoring use case, and that means the model should be able to identify and count, or more in technical terms, you should be able to identify objects of interest and localize them in the image. And the suitable family of algorithms that you can use for that is object detection algorithms, and you basically have the YOLO family, which is fast and real time. It's used a lot in autonomous driving applications, and you have the regional convolutional neural networks. It's not recurrent convolutional neural networks, but regional convolutional neural networks, and they are more accurate in general. We picked one from the regional convolutional networks, and especially a faster RCNN with a ResNet 50 backbone. But that means that all these images, you have to annotate them with bounding boxes around all the flowers. And that's exactly what we did. But it's not easy to, you might say, okay, flower, that's easy. I can easily say this is a flower and this is background, etc. But there are a lot of flowers that grow in clusters or groups together, and then you have to decide, do I have to annotate the individual flowers, or do I have to annotate the group, or the inflorescence, as it's called in technical terms. So we have to define for each species a floral count unit, and we did that with great help of Naturalis. They have a large museum, of course, with a lot of materials, also herbarium sheets, as it's called. So they were examined, and for each species, we defined a proper floral count unit. And here you see kind of summary what kind of inflorescences are there. So for each species, we have to figure out, does it fit the semen scheme, or is it a solitary flower or a spike or whatever? The second thing, once we have these floral count units, what we also did to improve the data quality was, in fact, set up a system. The annotation is a bit subjective, as always, but we try to make it as objective as possible by setting up a number of annotation guidelines. And we did the annotation only with experts. Yeah. I move on a bit quickly, but we have this model now for about 1.5 years. And in the beginning, so we reached about a mean average precision of 70%, which was state of the art with literature. There are not many articles about this topic, but there are a few. And they all reached around a mean average precision of 70%. And we could, with our data set, we had kind of the same, only for more species, which is a good thing. But our training time was about 1 day. The next thing that we did was applying those rigorous annotation guidelines, and we also balanced the data set. So basically we cut off the long tail, and for the overrepresented species, we removed a lot of examples from the data set. And then we trained with a really balanced data set. And for those elements that were in the data set, we also applied standard augmentation procedures. And we moved be moved to about 90%, which is really best in class. So I never have seen a flower model that could count and identify with this accuracy. And the training time, by the way, dropped to about 30 minutes. So we are really happy with that. Okay, this is the confusion matrix, which is quite decent. I don't spend too much time on that. But I want to move on to the topic of this impact framework for AI. It's not only based on this flower power project, but also based on various other research and development projects. And it contains 4 important elements. First of all, there is the understand axis. So if you work on AI models that will implement some transition for society or for our environment, you should really, first of all, pick the right model from the zoo. That's not an easy task because there are a lot of models out there nowadays, and the number is growing. But you also should experiment with the model and maybe make some special adaptations, like this model is only a visual model, but maybe you want to add an additional data stream, then you end up with the data fusion. Do you do early fusion, late fusion? So this is really about understanding this complex machine, which is usually a neural network, and to probe it from the outside and at least understand it on a behavioral level. The other thing you want to do is to make a system, an AI system from this model. So having this model is great, but you need a lot of software around it to implement an active learning cycle. Then you have to automate the data collection. You have to give triggers to retrain the model when new data comes in. You probably have to monitor the model. You have to map it to the right hardware, etc. So that's usually a lot of work. So these 2 elements are really about AI engineering. And the other 2 elements, like co-creation and transform, they are more in the process and strategic area. So the co-create means that you can never build a system that changes society on your own. You need societal partners, companies, knowledge institutes together to unravel this wicked problem and to de-risk it. And the transform axis is about how to change the system strategically. You have to make choices. Where do you want your change to happen? You have to think about that and make the right decisions about that. To frame it in a slightly different way, so the 4 dimensions are mapped onto 2 boxes. And what you see here in the top box, that's about the innovation push box or the engineering box. That's really the lower left blank quadrant is the starting point of an innovation. And if you move along this understand axis, you end up with a prototype and not an AI system. If you move along the build axis, but probably didn't care a lot about the model itself, you end up with a techno-fix. And if you move along both axes, then you create a valuable service for your stakeholders. And in the other box, if you move along the co-create axis, the holy grail is there, including the voices of all your stakeholders. That's really doing transdisciplinary projects. And if you move along the transform axis, then you are really thinking about change that will last for longer period of time. And if you do both, then you are creating a systemic change. So this is really transition pull, and the other one was more innovation push. If you apply that to what we have done so far with this Flower Power project, You see that over time we have created a very nice prototype. This prototype is, there are now also companies showing interests and cities and provinces. And what we want to do is move on to a project to create a systemic change and to make it an AI service. Maybe some other conclusions about this Eindhoven wildflower data set that will be published as open data and will hopefully inspire other researchers to come up with even better models. I can also state firmly that this data-centric approach really pays off. So we didn't see a few percentage improvement, but an amount of 20% better performance. We have a best-in-class prototype right now. And to summarize, trustworthy AI is really doing human-centric AI plus eco-centric AI. So you have to work on these two axes. And to conclude this talk, so I said we want to move further to this service box and to this systemic change box. The idea is that we can implement a lot of things to achieve that. For instance, to connect to the ARISE project, which is a large biodiversity platform that is being built right now and in the coming 6 years, and to make this part of that platform. Probably you have seen the students of Fontes around, and they are exploring can we use a drone application as a front end for this AI model that can collect the images and do the image acquisition part. We are also looking into creating a citizen science app in which we engage people to help in collecting the data and to make them aware of the flowers around them. So there are a lot of things we can do and which we are already exploring a bit. And I want to conclude this talk. If you are interested and think, hey, this might be a nice project and we want to join with this funding proposal, try to find me, contact me. And we really need the Brainport partners for moving to this green and sustainable future. That's...
Thank you very much for this very good talk, very inspirational. Are there any questions from the audience on this topic? AI and sustainability. Yes, here in front.
Thank you so much for presenting this. It was great. This is both a question and a comment. So in your setup of trustworthy AI, I completely agree that ecocentric AI is also important, but what ethicists are now more raising their voice about is also to include animals and animal rights and how they are used in the AI systems, right? So that we don't commit this speciesism, that we don't label some animals as dirty or with negative characteristics, or that we don't allow that something is being done wrongly on them. And that has also, I think, in my opinion, connections with the sustainability and the ecological ethics, but also by itself, value by itself. So I'm curious about your thoughts on this topic.
Your question, if I understand it correctly, is about humans and animals and how they should live together?
No, it was more like to this trustworthy AI should kind of have this third component, the non-human animal-centric AI as well.
Non-human centric?
Non-human animals. Like we call them animals. Humans are also animals, and we like to say human and non-human animals, right? So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so also animal-centric AI in addition to that.
Yeah. I don't have given that a lot of thought, but I don't know if I understand your question fully correctly, but I think, so I know that human rights and AI, that it's a really big topic, and we have to think very carefully about when companies are building AI systems, if they breach human rights and stuff like that. And I think we are not yet working on rights of animals, but it's certainly a good point to take that in account as well. Yeah.
Yes, they're absolutely part of the ecosystem.
They are part of the ecosystem, yeah. We cannot do without them.
No, no. If there are no animals anymore, there will not be life for us anymore, probably. Are there any other questions? Yes, I see another question there.
Yes, thank you. In the examples, I was seeing some high-resolution images of the flowers, and I was interested in, like, if we're talking about drone images, for example, or maybe even citizens participating with low-resolution photos. Do you think that would also work, or would that maybe form a challenge?
That's really something that we have to test. So right now, the images were taken from about 2 meter height and with a high-resolution camera. The thing, you could fly at low altitude, of course, with drones. So that might not, 3 meters, for instance, so that might not be a major problem. But maybe the rotors, they make the vegetation move a lot. So, but initial experiments we did with drones was a pretty good result. And you can also mount, if you go for more high-end drones, you can also mount high-resolution cameras to that. So that will be feasible. If you talk about citizens collecting data, so the typical resolution of these cameras the camera I used was about 30 megapixel per image. You now see that smartphones are moving towards 15 or 20 megapixels per image, so that's not that far away. So I would definitely give it a try. And maybe we drop in performance a bit, but it's still of huge value to educate people and to make them aware of and let them help collect the data. And probably we did not do very special things in these AI models. It's so maybe it can even also be improved a bit on those lower resolution images. I definitely see a path forward there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody. A little bit later than planned, we are closing now this research track. It's also because we want to provide you with as much information as we can, so that's why we took a little bit longer. This is also where the live stream ends, so for the people participating online, we will end here because now we will all move to the dome for the short central closing, and then there will be drinks and bites. So thank you, everybody. If you still want to talk to some speakers, most of the speakers are still around here. So try to find them at the dome. And happy networking, and see you there. Thank you very much.